Shalom, shalom, shalom to your brother Ari with HOI Atlanta, HOI Georgia. I'm here with my brother Ayenya, today with another lesson. Hope you guys enjoy it. All praises to Yahweh Bashim Yahweh Shai. And with that, I yield the floor.
Khan, Shalom, Yasharala, this your brother Ayenya coming to you out of H.O.I, Atlanta, Georgia. We're about to go over some important things today. I see a lot of Israel or a lot of, Judah and Israel, period, because I see Issachar doing it too, leaning on the sides of Trump. A lot of Trump supporters are black. I don't ran into them on the street. I don't ran into them at work. Frankly, is something that Israel, they're really leaning towards Trump, right? And the truth is, both of them is wicked. Both of them are wicked. Israel stay on that picking a lesser of two evils, but both of them are two wicked candidates that somebody is going to have to pay the price of whoever's picked. There's always going to be somebody's getting the short end of the stick, whether it be Trump, whether it be Joe Biden, right? So the first scripture I want is Proverbs 4:27.
Khan. Khan, let me know when you're ready, King.
God, I'm ready up.
Khan, this is the book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
So wisdom is a principal thing. With wisdom, you have to get that understanding of the wisdom behind why people do things, how the system is set up. But you have to get that understanding. A lot of us think that we can vote our way out of oppression. That is never going to happen. Give me verse 27.
Khan, it's the book of Proverbs, chapter 4 and verse 27. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left hand, to the left. Remove thy foot from evil.
So the Most High is letting you know, Israel have this idea that, oh, the right wing is better than the left. Oh, the left wing is better than the right. No, the Most High said, remove your foot from evil. You delving in any of those groups is wickedness, especially if you're not anointing a king of your nation. You're setting up two different heathens of a different nation to rule over you and your people. As if 400 years of them ruling over us hasn't done us enough damage. You think that one more is going to do some good. You have to be completely out of your mind if you think that you giving Trump an extra 4 years is going to rid or take away all 400 years of the complete structure of this systematic racist system that is against us, or you might get reparations from Trump. Look, even if you got it, if you got a little bone from Trump, it's never enough to amount for all the hurt and pain that we went through. Yeah, the Most High he don't want anybody ruling over us. He don't want, it ain't about no demo, because I've seen a lot of videos where blacks will be like, I'm voting for Trump based off my religious belief. Because I'm a Christian, I'm gonna deal with Trump. Trump is not no, come on, man. Like, really? You seen how Trump held the Bible? Did you see how Trump held the Bible? He held the Bible backwards and upside down. And you're gonna tell me this dude is a Christian like you? And then in fact, a lot of people who are in Christianity don't even practice the faith like they should. Now, granted, if you deal with Joe Biden, you are definitely going to get a lot of policies that are against your faith. You already know what the Democrats is about on that left side. But you dealing with the right, it's not going to work either because they're both two different wings, but they're on the same damn dragon. So you're thinking that you're going to get any type of good out of Donald or Biden, today you're going to know that both of them are stark racists. Both of them. Donald Trump has a racist background. Donald Trump daddy is a racist. Biden has been surrounded around racists. In fact, there was a Klansman who died and he was at his funeral saying, oh, this guy was a mentor to me, a Klansman. One thing that I notice about other nations of heathen, you don't see Esau talking about, I denounce my founding fathers. I denounce George Washington. I denounce um, Benjamin Franklin. I denounce Lockheed or any of them. They're not going to do that. And they were a bunch of white supremacists who had slaves and they were pedophiles. Benjamin Franklin was a pedophile. They will never speak ill of him. But Israel, what Israel would do is a brother have a little problem, a little bad thing about him, a shortcoming, we gonna drag him through the mud.
Right.
That goes for David when David slipped. That goes for One West. Even though One West was not perfect, Israel, all of us are not perfect, but there's a lot of good that came from it. That comes from the commandment keepers. It was not perfect, but a lot of good came from it. There were us, and they set the foundation for us to be here. You never see Edomites do that to their own people, but us as Israelites do that all the time because we don't have respect for other Israelites, but we got respect for heathen. I don't know what's written in us, what type of it's them curses, but we are really destroyed. And if you can't see, especially during this debate, that both of these heathen are completely wicked, you got a rude awakening coming. You're gonna be one of them black people with a shalom. That's the why right there. You'll be one of them black people out there with a MAGA hat on and an AR-15, and you're gonna be one of them black people out there with some shorts, some denim shorts, with a pride flag in your hand, running around talking about God loves everybody. You're gonna be one of the two, right? So let's get into this debate a little bit, right? Um, let's go to the debate. Let's go to minute 52. Just going minute 52 in the debate.
Okay, in the first video or right to the last one, the debate.
Yeah, the last one,
Actually,
the debate. Yeah, Khan.
okay. Okay, Khan.
Because Israel will go hard for Trump. Trump is the president and be smashing on Joe Biden. And then you have Israel smashing on Trump and then say Joe Biden, their president. Both of them is wicked. You want to know who's my president? Yeah, Howard Shah. That's my president. You don't even have to ask me. I'll tell you. So you looking for some Joe Biden or some Donald Trump. Both of them is not going to help you. Not
Khan.
Dewad, you got anything you want to say on that?
Hey, can you hear us? The what? Are you on? Yeah, let me try to reach out to him. But go ahead, Ak.
All right, kind of. Dewad probably just he probably stepped away real quick. Yeah, I was watching this debate. This debate was so funny, man. That debate made my day because it was just so funny. Like You ever meet like two people that know so much? They know all each other's deepest, darkest secrets, but they trying to be the good guy. Oh man, that's definitely what's happening right there. One moment he's talking about, oh, you're locking up Hispanic children. Then Donald Trump will go back, but then you lock up a bunch of black people in a crime bill. like it was so crazy. It's like Esau, Esau could play that little game on us, right? That little game on Israel and be like, oh, I'm not racist, but he's racist. But they can't play that game with each other. They can't play that game with each other. They know too much about each other. They know too much about each other's history. It's real hard for Esau to lie against Esau because he the father of it. Esau can tell when he's sniffing a lie out. You got a video up?
Khan, I got you, man. So, the Wild is gonna try to get back on in a second, but I'm gonna go ahead and start the video.
Khan.
Let's add that here.
Okay.
Now, what was the time again?
52 minutes.
Okay, Khan.
No, I can't hear nothing.
Okay, hold on a second.
To our next section, President Trump this week
There we
called
go.
Dr.
Okay, Khan, give me 1 second. I'm gonna go to 52 minutes. It's gonna be tricky a little bit.
I'm going to release them as soon as
52. Give me 1 second, Ak. All right, I got you.
Khan.
I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago. I said, "What did I pay?" They said, "Sir, you prepaid."
Slovakia. I don't know what. Let me see, Slovakia. You want it right at 52?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, Khan. Okay. Yeah, because it's skipping a little bit.
Tens of millions.
Okay.
And all your businesses all around the country.
52, 19.
All around the
Can
world.
you hear it?
China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption? President Trump, your response. First of all, I called my accountants, underwrote it. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago. I said, "What did I pay?" They said, "Sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars." I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that. Did your accountant Nobody told you that. Excuse me. And it wasn't written. Whenever they write this, they keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know. Maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible. All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly.
You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than pay. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
So, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you.
Sure. I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken. I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal.
It's like it. Pause it right here.
We had this whole question.
All right. What I want to say is, according to the fifth, this is the fifth Constitution, right? The Fifth Amendment. Taxation is unlawful seizure of property, and thus violate the Fifth Amendment. The Constitution grants the government the right to levy a tax, and this has been upheld by both Phillips versus commissioners and brush shavers, right? So they're unlawfully taxing all of us. You know that? Yeah, they're unlawfully taxing all of us. And for another good example, if you can own a house, but if you don't pay property tax, they'll take your house. That's an unlawful seizure, right?
Wow.
But according to their Supreme Justice, that's why Donald Trump was, what they call it, filling up the seats with a bunch of Republicans, because it don't even matter about the Constitution. If you got Supreme Justices and they can change it, then they can do what the hell they want. Khan, Shalom. Then they can do what the hell they want. So Joe Biden knows this. Donald Trump knows this. But yet they over here talking crazy to each other like both of them is good. One moment Donald Trump, he's selling out to what's his name, to Kim Jong-un. He's like, why is Kim Jong-un is so nice with you? Why did you sell out to Russia? The whole time Joe Biden and his son is getting mad money from China, and they saying like, yo, the house divided is funny. It's real. The house divided is real funny, man. Get me Psalm 64 verse 8. Yo, the house divided is so funny. I think the wad is
Yeah,
Keep
he's probably
coming
having a
on.
little issue. God.
Yo, this is why Esau gotta go, man. Esau
Right.
is gonna make a law, then break the law, but hold you to it.
Right.
Now, one thing I gotta say about the Moors, when it comes to those constitutional laws and rights, yes. Now they be getting into that, like, you don't have to have a driver's license, you don't have to have a you don't have to have a driver's license, you don't have to pay taxes, you have to do a couple things if you're a sovereign, right? That's true. But the thing is, you are black, and those people who do that, they are white, and they get away with it because they're whites. That's why. That's why.
God.
Donald Trump has not paid his taxes for 10 years straight. And guess what happened to Wesley Snipes? For that 1 or 2 years he didn't pay his. He went to jail. So you think you're gonna do that? No. The same thing with everybody's favorite president, Barack
Right.
Hussein Obama. He said that affirmative action was going to help black people get in seats of power in politics, but it mainly helped what? White women. It was
God.
supposed to be for minorities. A white woman is not a minority.
Right.
But the white woman benefited from that more than us. It was supposed to be us, though. Affirmative action was supposed to be for us to get jobs that we were held out on, to get positions that were held out on. But affirmative action helped out who the most? The so-called white woman.
God.
But you brothers be thinking we sleeping. It's all them. It's the woman, it's the man, and it's the child. All right, don't be thinking that you could sleep with the woman and then she gonna forget about all her everybody else in her nation. Israel might do that because Israel
About
is
all of this.
stupid and
God.
wicked, but she's not going to do that because she has that honor and that pride and that allegiance to her people that
Right.
black, Hispanics, and don't Native Americans don't have for their own.
God.
Right? You got that Psalm 64 and 8.
Con. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 64 and verse 8. Oh, Salakia. Psalms chapter 64 and verse 8. So they shall make their own tongue to fall upon themselves. All that see them shall flee away.
Yeah, they're gonna make their own tongue fall against themselves. We don't even have to tell on we don't have to tell on them no more. They tell on each other. I remember
Con.
it was an interview that I wanted to put up with so many clips and interviews that it'll take forever. But I'm gonna get straight to the point with the interviews. It's an interview where Donald Trump was sitting down with a white lady, and she was like, I want you to denounce all these white supremacist groups and militias that are going to come out and probably fight against you. I want you to denounce this specific group that says that Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton is running a sex molestation ring and a child pedophilia ring, and all the Democrats are in it. And Donald Trump did this, and this was so slick. He said, "You don't know if that's true or not. So why are you telling me to tell? Why are you telling me to denounce something that you don't know if it's true or not?" Right? He says,
Con.
"All I know is those people are highly against pedophilia, and I'm with that." Yo, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Right.
What does that mean? Where all them children went? Why did all these people have such a close tie to Jeffrey Epstein and all went to Jeffrey Epstein Island, but they don't run that ring? See, look, that their tongues is gonna make them fall on themselves.
Con.
Everybody gonna flee away with them. Both of them wicked. Both of them. Don't get her twisted. Both of them wicked. They're both wicked. but they be telling, because they want that power so bad, they selling each other out. They selling each other out bad. Get me what I want. Get me Jeremiah 29 and 26.
Con.
Yeah, they run all that. Look, a lot of people say slavery ended. Slavery has never ended. There's people who are slaves in Africa right now. There's people who are locked up in jail. I think, was it the 14th Amendment? The 14th Amendment said there's no more slavery unless somebody committed crimes. That's where you get the Reconstruction era. The Reconstruction era, where they were just locking up black people for anything so they could put them in slavery. Put them to work. They throw you in jail, they feed you, put you to work, and you don't get no money. What that sound like? Sounds like slavery to me. It sounds like slavery to me, right? But we looking at it as if that's not what it is. Or we looking at it as if, you know, slavery just don't exist. And look, slavery exists. There's like, I posed this question. How is it the US government can tell the monetary value of all the drug, like for every drug sell, right? You got what was it for, you know, you got gross domestic product, a domestic product, GDP, that is accounted for the government, right? They account for it in the government. So they can tax it, everything. Things that they can't tax is untaxable, you know, untaxable purchases, that's true. Like untaxable purchases. Like if I go to Brother Irie house and I say, look, pay me $60 to cut his line, they can't tax that. Same thing with unlawful. When it's unlawful, I give you weed, I give you drugs, I give you whatever, illegal guns. How do they know the exact price for all those things? If you look up how much money is made from sex slavery, the US government can give you that. How? Why?
God.
How? Unless they have a hand in it. How can they give you the exact price for legal guns coming over in America? How? How do you give you exact price for legal gun sales if they're not in that? How? How? Come on, son. We know what's going on. Esau is the most wicked nation on the face of the earth. You think you think you're gonna be doing some dirt and he don't got his hand in it? Esau got his hand in the cookie jar everywhere. Everywhere. Right. You know, they talking about Donald Trump said grab the woman by the crotch, but here we go. Bill Clinton was on a plane in Epstein Island, and guess who was the vice president of Bill Clinton? Your best friend Joe Biden.
God.
Just put two and two together. Bill Clinton said, "Oh, when I was on a plane with those little girls, I just had them make me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich." Come on, man. Really?
Yeah, right.
You're on a plane with a bunch of 14-year-olds.
Right.
And all you had them do was make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Come on, man. Come on, Esau. We know you're the most profane fornicator on the face of the earth, man. We know you profane. We know how you get down. Esau got shook. They had to kill Jeffrey. It was like, Jeffrey, I'm sorry. You ain't snitching on us. We about to blow your brains out. You got to die.
Right.
They had to make sure Jeffrey got hurt. Bring that out, huh?
Con. You wanted Jeremiah 30 and what?
Jeremiah 29 and 26.
Oh, 29 and 26. Con. It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29 and verse 26. The Lord had made thee priest in the stead of Jehoiada the priest, that ye should be officers in the house of the Lord, for every man that is mad and maketh himself a prophet, that thou shouldest put him in prison and in the stock.
So now, look, we know back then, even in that time, Jeremiah 29, it lets you know, look, if a man's crazy, he mad, talking about he a prophet, you lock him up. You put him in prison and you put him in what? Stock. What's a stock? What was the first stock?
Slaves.
Slaves
Of
were the
course.
first stock. So you can see that in the Bible that slaves were the first stocks. Prisoners were the first stocks. Now, when we get locked up, they get mad money off us, man.
Right.
Mad. Because they put you in prison and they put you in stock. We did that, and we did that in Israel. You was wicked, you went off, or you a heathen, put you in prison, put you on stock, make money off you.
Yeah, Salakia.
Go ahead, Doc.
That's why, you got to be very eerie about putting your children in public school, right? And if you're going to do that for any reason, try to do it in a way where you can homeschool them, right? And just use the curriculum that they use, because you got that whole school to prison pipeline going on. And a lot of times it's geared more to our boys, and our daughters, but primarily our sons. You know what I mean? So, all it takes is for them to have HEAD, ADD or whatever they want to diagnose them with, which doesn't make sense half of the time. And all of a sudden, now they start getting into, trouble. And before you know it, they start going to juvie. Then from there, they start putting them in jail. So as parents, you got to educate yourself when it comes to that. I don't mean to go a little left with it, but I just wanted to kind of hop on that real quick, because that's something that's very important for Israel to really know, man. But go ahead, I yield the floor back.
God, I thought the Y wanted to say something, but he kind of like opted out. Yeah, man, we gotta definitely watch out about that. The Bible is nothing new under the sun, right?
Right.
I know if Israel was doing it to crazy Israelites that was bugging out and heathen that was locking up to make money, trust me, our enemy's gonna be doing it to us. Definitely our enemy's gonna be doing it to us. Right. And you gotta, and like the brother said, like the brother said, it's the biggest brainwashing. Public school, you go through the public school system to be what it calls socialized. If you go through the public school system, you're good, you make great A's, you agree with everything, you're socialized, you're safe to be around. And you see that with a lot of people. They go through there, and it's not meaning don't be stupid, don't read, right? Don't read, don't be educated. But it's just certain things to that public school system. They bring you along to socialize you, and so you can be implemented easily into the system. They like from kindergarten, they figure out if you're going to go to jail or not. That's crazy. They got a jail cell for your child right now, and he in kindergarten. Man ain't even do nothing wrong. All right, let's keep going on that presidential debate.
I'm 100% now.
Okay.
Or before you go back to that debate, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something about that. That's an absolute fact. That's an absolute fact. From the beginning to the end, the entire system is a pipeline, and that's all it is. It's a pipeline. When they give you bad grades, it's the same thing they do in prison. When they give you a DR, they say you got disciplinary action. You got to come see the warden instead of going to see the principal. It's the same thing, man. They set that stuff up in childhood. They do that when they decide that you're going to be poor, and they decide that you're going to be put in a situation that you're going to have to do something that's going to be what they're going to consider wrong, and they're going to paint you evil to society. And that's been in the word, like you said, that's been in the word forever. That's been in the word forever.
God, look, Esau learned everything from us, man. Look, we were wise, like the wisest people on the face of the earth. So if we were wise to do good, God damn it, we was wise to do evil. Now, even though we did evil, we didn't do evil. We never came up with chattel slavery. All right, we always kept the laws of the Most High. If you was, even when it came to certain servants, peasants, and heathen, you'll get that jubilee out. But Esau, he made that chattel slavery, and he was wicked about it, man. He was real wicked about that, man. Real wicked. There's some things that we just never did to other nations that Esau have done to us, man. But like we were saying, you gotta watch out, because they always Esau done made it and made this whole system for our downfall. And we looking at Joe Biden as a Messiah or Donald Trump as the second coming of Messiah, and it ain't
God.
working.
It's Salaki. It's really the difference between, do you want to go to jail for protecting your family, or do you want to go to jail for burglary? It's just the difference. Whichever way they're gonna paint you. The Democrats is gonna say, "Oh, he was protecting his family. Just give him 5 years," and the Republicans is gonna say, "Well, he's a murderer. Give him 15 years." It's just it's just a setup from the beginning.
Yeah, it's a
God.
setup from the beginning. You either choosing Satan or Beelzebub. Which one?
God. God. All praise to the Most High.
Come, we ready for the debate.
Khan, you want me to go back to the debate?
Khan.
Okay, Khan, let's get back to it. All right, so let's see where we start that. Yeah, man, it's just crazy, to be honest with you, how they treat our people. It's just ridiculous. And they can care less. Anyways, let's go back to this. Let's see, where are we? 56, 40. Okay. Salakia. All right, let's go back to the video.
Or unethical.
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned about Burisma, a company,
We can't see the
that
video.
somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing. Number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China. I have not had it. The only guy who made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I need to get
dishonest.
to a question to you. Very
No
quickly.
basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflict of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was open to do. It was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money
President
every
Trump,
place
thank
he
you.
goes.
We do
Not
need to
true.
move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, and when I was still vice president, he said, we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said, we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others. And he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25%, 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North
$1.5
Korea.
billion from China to the United States after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two. Number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are
wait a
you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money.
No, you know the taxpayer is it's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel
industry.
industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
My response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making. The middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont, they're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North
Korea. I'm not a typical
Korea
politician.
Okay,
that's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House. Right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with is North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And, you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President
We
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and I have a
seconds.
good relationship.
Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off, and they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
They tried
Very
to meet
quickly,
with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it. And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good relationship
Trump,
with
we have to
leaders
move
of other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
Not
Your
to the
response.
And we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. Dave, the reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. We're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And it
let's
didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk about
He left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to
left
move on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess. And in fact, if you remember the first 2 or 3 months, it was a very dangerous period of my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
It was a very they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is healthcare, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and healthcare is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful healthcare. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better healthcare, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private healthcare. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care. And we're going to do even better.
Okay,
Let me
Vice
respond.
President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your healthcare plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option, become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why I didn't. Not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. He wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized.
All right, hold that right there. Pause it right there.
Your healthcare plan.
God, that was a handful.
Oh God, like it's just so much stuff. But we're gonna get to the positions right here. We're gonna get to positions right here. Right, give me Job 13:4.
Duad, you got me?
Yeah.
Khan, Duad King.
Job 13:4. So they talking about healthcare, and they talking about how the healthcare is gonna work out. I'm gonna get on two things. The healthcare in America is crap. It has one of the is not the leading healthcare in the earth. Two, a lot of people would not be able, whether it's Obamacare, Joe Biden care, or Trump care, they're not going to be able to afford it because taxes and the disparity in income. It's real hard for people to make money, period. Real hard. In fact, you know, Democrats will make the argument that the reason what will change the disparity, what will change the difference in income or wealth gap is if people get a lot of, what I want to say, people get a lot of degrees from college, a lot of college degrees, which it hasn't, right? And that's a sad truth. You can get a college degree and show up without having a job. I know people who have a college degree, they got a bachelor's, right? They have a bachelor's degree, and guess what? They live with their mom or their grandparents. I know people who have, some people have their doctorates. They ain't getting paid like they should. Right, go ahead, Doc.
I know people with doctor diplomas that's in prison right now. People with PhDs that ain't got no kind of income. Like if that system don't want you to do nothing, you're not gonna do nothing.
Yeah, you're not gonna do it. And they think that because you go to school, you're going to get a job. No, because I've ran into, look, I work construction, right? While I was working construction, we got what we call a PM, a project manager. Now I talked to him. He's an Edomite. And a project manager was like, a lot of these kids, right? A lot of these young kids that are coming in, they're getting the job, but they're not having experience, right? So they'll give, this specific project manager, they were getting the job because of the degree, but they didn't have the experience. My project manager previously, you would not get a job from him, period, if you did not have at least 2 to 4 years of experience. So that means some jobs you might get lucky and get, and others you will not get. You gonna have that degree, but you ain't got the experience. You see? So that's the one we paid more. So that wealth gap, that wealth disparity is not going to change with you having a degree alone, right? I'll give you an example. Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia is one of the leading places for Black wealth. And it's not only because of degrees, but it's because of what? Businesses. No, I have not seen any of them say anything how we're going to build Black business, how we're going to build Black wealth or income. I've yet to see any of that. Only free college. Come on, man. Free college? No, really? Come on, man. Like that should have been already done. Russia, they get free college, man. Come on. Where the jobs at? We don't get jobs. We don't get no good jobs. We get crap. We get disgusting jobs. Yeah, go ahead.
We're the only country in the world that doesn't send their prisoners to college. You ain't getting no college diploma. You go to prison in America unless you're paying for it. They don't want you educated. They want you to come right back. That's 30 bands. That's 30 bands. That's 30 bands every time you come back. Every year. For every year you end up.
Yeah. Damn.
Big business.
Right. What's that girl name? Is her name? She recently just got out of jail. She was in sex slavery to a white guy and killed him. Her name Kanika Jenkins. I think her name is Kanika Jenkins or something like that. Or if it's another girl, she light skinned. Turns out when she got out of jail, she's married to this rapper, and the rapper was paying for her degree in jail for her to go to school. Right? Like these things these are the things that you can sit here and talk about all day that they're not going to handle because it benefits them. It benefits them, period. And I'm gonna hit you with this: public schooling. Democrats are only saying public schooling. You get public schooling, that's cool. It's never going to be on the level of these private schools at all. These private schools that are not funded by the government, you're never going to get the education like they are getting it, period. You won't even get in there. So unless depending on what type of degree you get from which college, depends on how much money you get and what type of jobs you get. So you got a college degree, but you get it from a public school, college, right? Or community college, right? But you still not going to get certain jobs because of what? You didn't come from this college. You're not going to get paid as much. That's just the wealth disparity. So they want you to get a community college. Wow. What
and you're not going to get no job with no degree or no community college.
Not like that. No. You have to go into a 4-year college, getting a bachelor degree to really get a little something, to really get like maybe 60, 80,000 a year, maybe 80,000 a year, right? So you tell me you're gonna give them a community come on, like that. Like to this day we get bones and crumbs, right? When I was at a community college, I was mad because it's one thing. I'm at GSU community college. The white is nothing but black people, and I'm like, all right, I know it's white girls here, right? I know it's white girls here. I know it's black white boys here. Turns out, majority of the students that are getting a lot of what I want to say, they're getting a lot of accommodations from the college are white. They get the best dorms. They get the best tutors. They get the best education. They get the best seats when it comes to community activities. We don't get that. So you're gonna tell me that's gonna change something? No, it's not gonna change nothing. It's
Salakia.
never gonna change nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of it, just to, lay back what you were talking about, a lot of it too is once you know the way this system is designed, you know how to navigate around them. Esau, like when you even listen to Joe Biden, right? And what's his name? Trump picked that up, talking about the regular, campaign slogan that they always bring up. They, sit by the, on the dining table and caring about, the so-called people, right? But I'm gonna bring a quick scripture out. This is Psalms 36 and verse 40. Okay, I'm gonna read a couple of the verses, and it reads. It says, "The transgression of the wicked said within my heart, that there is no fear of Yahweh before his eyes," right? Verse 2, he says, for he flattered himself in his own eye. And that's exactly what he's doing. In his own eye, he thinks, I'm telling them good stuff that's going to make them feel good. I'm going to make them think I'm going to do certain things, right? When in his own heart, he knows he's going to do the complete opposite. This is why we can't trust our enemies, man. And he reads, it says, until his iniquity be found to be hateful. And that's what's going to happen in these days. As long as we keep bringing out these words and stay to the, keep obeying these law, statutes, and commandments, keep waking up Israel, bringing Jacob back to the covenant, keep bringing out this word, right? In season, out of season, there's going to be a time where society is going to say, you know what? Your sweet talk is not good enough, man. You're the damn devil on this earth. And that's when they're all going to turn against him. Now, let's read verse 3. And it reads, it says, the word of his mouth are iniquity and deceit, man. Who else is that talking about? Right? And he said he had left off to be wise, man. Damn serpent. Right? And to do good when it's a complete opposite, man. Well, Salakia, I just wanted to let back what you were talking about. I yield the floor back to you.
Yeah, Khan, I want you to click on what Chief said. He said, free college now that there ain't no jobs. What's that?
God.
So that's so true. You know how many people, like, this is why it's better in Georgia, because you can come, go to college, and then build a business. But you can't do that nowhere else, man. You can't. So the problem with black wealth is that we don't have no businesses. If we have more businesses, we'll have more jobs. That's the problem. We still got first going on. The dude, black man, had the first, what was that? Worked at the hospital, but I won't go back now. Black guy had the first gas station. You know how crazy that is? You're the only black guy that own a gas station. You know how crazy that is? Black guy owning the only, what they call it, PPE from what want to say, doctors. The only protective gear for doctors. It's only one. Like, that's the only thing that we don't really. And even though Amalek got, he has a monopoly on entertainment ship. That's it. That's your only hope as a black man in America, unless you try to do first and other stuff. Yeah, go ahead.
And even in every venue we go into, we always want to have that slave or worker mentality. Like, Amalek has got entertainment on lock. Amalek is one man sitting in a skyscraper that owns 80 Israelite Jake artists that's bringing in, you know what I'm saying, 2-3 million a piece, and still that worker mindset. Like, I gotta go to work. I gotta go work. You in the studio, you working, right? Because Amalek
gotta
on
get
that label, don't he?
Yeah, get a deal. You gotta work for that label. Yeah. Yep. It's the same way, man. You're not gonna get away from what I asked you to get. Psalms what? No, I asked you to get Job.
You said Job.
Job what? What I asked you to get? Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, Job 13 and 4.
1-8.
No, Job 13 and 4. They talking about
Job.
Yeah, Job chapter 13, verse 4. Now they talking about physicians. They talking about healthcare. The healthcare that we got is complete, utter trash. All right. It's better than some other countries, but is trash for this country compared to the proportion of people that live here. All right. And then when it comes to when people are trying to heal themselves with holistic doctors, now they want to kill people.
You know how back in this country is? You don't get free healthcare on the streets, but if you go to prison, you get free healthcare.
Right.
That
is so backwards, man.
Yeah, bring that up. Bring that
on the street.
Bring that Joe about.
Free healthcare. God, this is Book of Job, chapter 13, verse 4. But ye are forgers of lies. Ye are all physicians of no value.
They're forgers of lives. They're physicians of no value. They don't even help you. Matter of fact, you want to know what happened with the opiate epidemic? They crying and whining. Oh my God, the opiate epidemic. White people cause that. They're doctors. You went to school to be a doctor, but didn't comprehend that some of those chemicals in those pills would make them completely hooked and addicted to them. But then it wasn't even about helping them no more. It was about making the money. So the doctors with the opioids, when it went to Percocets, or I think they called Venadol or Vicodin or something like that. Percocets, Vicodin, anything that had fentanyl in it. Guess what? They were pushing it like drug dealers, man. Like drug dealers. You're a doctor. You're a doctor. You swore an oath to help and heal people. And then on top of this, they're going to talk about vaccinations. I didn't even want to get on the vaccinations right now, but you had something to say out?
Oh, no, I was giving you the name of the drug. It's called Suboxone. They made it to get people off of opioids and then put other people on it. It made a whole nother side opioid epidemic.
Yo, look, Esau, but because their physicians are not, and they don't really know how to heal people. They just know how to give, it's really a psychiatric problem thing. You don't want to feel no pain. So I'm going to dope you up with a chemical to reduce or minimalize that sensor in your brain, not actually tackle the problem. Because when you're having when you're having pain, your body's telling you, you got to fix that. Something's wrong here. No, they want you to shut that part of your brain off. It doesn't even fix the problem. It just makes you not ignore what's going on. So now the problem's still there, but you're not feeling it. Then we gonna get on this coronavirus thing. Now, a lot of the doctors, a lot of the people that were dying because of coronavirus, because of medical mishaps, right? Because human error from the doctors. Now, the doctors would either try to treat somebody that had a complete different problem or disease or illness other than coronavirus and end up killing them because they didn't need that. They didn't need the drugs they were giving them. They didn't need the to be put on a respirator, none of that, and they end up dying. So a lot of people did not die from coronavirus itself. They died because they were mistreated and misdiagnosed. Now you're about to give people who are healthy or people who might have already gotten coronavirus but are immune now a vaccine that is coming out saying that it is minimal. It will help. It's not even guaranteed that it'll keep you safe from coronavirus. Then you got to come back. I'm hearing they saying you get 1 month, you get the vaccine. Then the next month you get it. Like every month you got to get this vaccine. That don't sound like a vaccine to me. That sounds like a trick bag. It sounds like money.
God.
Okay, you got anything else to say?
To the X-Men.
Yeah. And then it's an experimental vaccine. This is a new type of made vaccine. It's an experiment. I was seeing ads where it was like, take this new vaccine and we'll give you $10,000. And I was joking with my grandparents. I was like, man, we need that money, don't I? I need that money, don't I? Should I take it? They was like, nope, no, because what's $10,000 to your life, huh? This is something that they're talking about. It's supposed to alter, because Esau he can alter your DNA. He can mess with your ribosomes, and he can program your DNA to do something that is not supposed to be doing. So you're going to take that, shoot that in your body. Don't know what's going to program your own system to do against itself, and you're just fine with it. And y'all got anything to say on that? Any precepts?
Yeah, man. You know, my uncle. I ain't gonna say he died from coronavirus. I'm gonna say they killed him because the man had diabetes. The man was like 60 years old, had diabetes 30 years of his life, and maybe every once a month, maybe he would go in to get a shot because he would go into a coma. So he go in and get his shot, his diabetic treatment. He never walks out. The man walks in to get a treatment for diabetes and never walks out. They say he's got the coronavirus. He's dead the next day. So 60 years, diabetes, 30 years, diabetes ain't never kill him. But now the coronavirus kills him in the 10 minutes he was at the doctor's office.
Nah, bro. You know what it
is?
Yeah, but I want to touch on what Chief said. He said Jada Kiss said in a rap, "I know cats that go to jail just to get their teeth fixed," and you know that's true. That's true. It's people that not only that, but people go to jail for a job. People go to jail to get clothes. People go to jail to get so they can eat. People go to jail just so they can have a roof over their head. That's how sad that is. It's better to go to jail than sometimes to be out on the street in the living world. You would think the living world is better, but when you come out, of jail, that's another thing. You come out of jail as a black man, because most of us are incarcerated, and you got that record. You might as well, some of them be like, I tried to get a job. I tried to do this. I tried to do that. I tried to do this, that, and the third. And guess what? Nobody's hiring me. No one's giving me the chance of the day. So I might as well go back to jail. Some black men, they come out of jail being firefighters. They try to go and register to be a firefighter. Get turned down. Some dudes, they go to jail making plates for for the back of the car. They try to do that out the world. They get denied.
So I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I came out with a whole 2 years of law school, paralegal degree right out of there. They're gonna tell you while you in the, you got to correct yourself. You got to go to school. You got to do something. And then in the back of their minds, they know everything that they're gonna see you to go to school for is something that you ain't gonna get no job for. They'll give you a trade that they know that you will never be able to work before they let you just go to college for something you want to go to college for.
And you know what? It's even like that sometimes in the military. You'll be doing something in the military, and then guess what? You get out in the world, you want to do the same profession, they don't allow you to do it. You got to go to school all over again for it. Like it's certain things that's just is insane that I don't even know how this nation hasn't even fallen yet. I don't even know how this nation is just now starting to fall and crumble. But it's a spiritual thing. Like the Most High kind of like held all this stuff together just until we decided, we want to come back and worship you. Then he's gonna destroy everything, because it's so many problems in America that will not be fixed in 8 years, period. I remember there was and like after I say this, I'm gonna let y'all speak. I remember it was and then we're gonna go back onto the the debate. There was an interview from Breakfast Club, and I forgot who the dude was. And they were talking about in the span of 20 to 30 years, the black wolf will be zero. Nothing. In a span of 20 to 30 years, that there's not going to be no black wolf, period. You know how crazy that is?
That's deep, Art. That's real deep.
Insane.
That's deep.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, but you know, Salakia. Salakia, can you hear me?
Come on, we can hear
Con.
what's going on. Huh?
No, I was just gonna say, you know, yeah, but that's Esau for you, man. You know, they think they're wise in everything that they're doing, like you brought up earlier. You know, the Most High is holding everything together, you know, for the elect's sake, man. Once that time reaches, all this place is going to be destroyed, man. You know, these Edomites, they think they're so wise. They think that they can, you know, have this whole kingdom forever, right? You know, what does it say in Isaiah 5:21, right? It says, woe unto them that are wise in their own eyes, man. You know, they think they're smart. They're going, you know, they're going to basically rule over God. They know more than, you know, the Most High. But, you know, destruction is going to come upon them, man, especially when they're not even expecting it, you know. I mean, I think they, for the most part, they can see what's going on. They can tell that things are changing. And like you said, 8 years is not going to cut it, man. You know, it's going to take a lot more than that. It's going to take this whole kingdom being destroyed, you know, and us taking rulership for that to even happen, man. You know, when the wicked bear rule, man, there's
A
no
whole
peace
new,
on
a
earth,
whole
man.
new slate.
There's never going to be peace on earth until the righteous take over. But I just wanted to bring that out real quick, just to let back what you were talking about. I yield.
Yeah, Con, we're gonna go back to the debate, and yeah, man, like Esau think that these little 8 years, if Joe Biden 4 years from Donald Trump's gonna save it. Hell no, that is not gonna do nothing. America needs at least 200 years to fix what's going on here.
Con. Especially the way they run this country. With a Senate.
Con. All right. We start the video now.
Khan.
One step closer to a healthcare system run entirely by the government. What's
I
your
say
response
it's
to that?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, you know, we're the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who, in fact, are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years. And it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine. And it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never ask that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question.
you can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be
We have
no fracking.
we have a number of topics we're
No,
going
but
to get
that's a
to.
big- that's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on healthcare. Not a thing.
Houston, when he
Very quickly,
says,
then I want to talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine, and when he and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't work.
President
He's
Biden
a very
response.
confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that is going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary of Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare, come on.
He tried to get rid of, he tried to hurt Social Security years ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
He said the stock market will boom if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more. $700 billion more, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and he
the next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me move on to my next question, gentlemen. As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. As of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why ain't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
We made a deal.
Because let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Oh, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets, the states that have to balance their budgets, and then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with these guys?
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these kids. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to go PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration, but I want to get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently.
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses. How are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent. But
in a
what I
second
really
administration?
like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, maybe below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen. And
all right. Pause it right here. Pause it right here.
Mr. President, your administration.
Pause it right here. I got a scripture for that. God, give me Haggai 1 and 6. So they talking about minimum wage. Talking about minimum wage. You're talking about how people need money to survive. And it doesn't even matter. You can be making once you break that poverty line, some taxes are higher. I think if you look at an interview with Lisa Left Eye Lopez, TLC, she was talking about, yeah, they made a couple million, but after they got done paying taxes, what they had? Nothing. You can get paid more, but them taxes, it don't matter. You got that Haggai 1 and 6 up?
This is the book of Haggai 1, verse 6. Ye have sown much and brings in little. Ye eat, but ye have not enough. Ye drink, but ye are not filled with drink. Ye clothe you, but there is none warm. And he that earneth wages to put into a bag with holes.
You earn wages to put in a bag of holes. What? Not agreeing with Trump, but what some of Trump is saying is true. Paying people more in certain states might help those states specifically, but it's not going to help every state. Like New York, 15 an hour in New York. You think that's really going to help them like that when they got crazy housing prices and they got crazy taxes on all their food and they drinks? Come on, man. They're gonna need more than that. So these taxes is killing us, man. It's killing us because even like when Trump came into office, talking about I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna cut the taxes low for the for the working man. And guess what he did? He cut taxes for what? The rich. Rich people don't be paying taxes. They don't be paying taxes like that. They don't at all. All the people at the bottom, the minimum wage worker, that's who's paying. You paying those taxes. Because guess what? The rich is too greedy to pay taxes. We the ones that's sowing in much but getting in little. We the ones that we eating food, but we not full. We got to get EBT because we can't pay for our food. These government subsidies come in where we paying, and another thing, where the hell is all the money going? We are $22 trillion in debt. Where is all that money going? Where? And guess who's got to pay for that? Us. We got to pay for that. We got to pay for all that. We got to pay for all that, man.
I got a precept, Bob.
Come, bring a precept out.
Come on. This is the book of Micah, chapter 6, verse 14. Thou shalt eat, but not be satisfied, and thy casting down shall be in the midst of thee, and thou shalt take hold, but shall not deliver, and that which thou deliverest will I give up to the sword.
Damn, man, you can't get nothing. You're gonna eat.
That's right.
And you won't be delivered, man. You won't even be able to eat what you want. Everything you get is gonna be delivered up to the sword, and we know who the sword is. The sword is Esau Edom. The sword is the wicked. I think I'm trying to remember where this place is. No, it's dealing with Gad, Native Americans. They make a lot of their income on fishing. And they had a peace treaty a long time ago about they had the right to fish and hunt year round. Guess what happened? Esau,
I remember that.
Yeah, Esau is throwing, what they've been doing? Throwing fireworks. They've been burning all their stuff because Esau, he can't hunt or he can't hunt or fish in Gad's land. And Esau wants to hunt and fish in their land, so now he's causing Gad problems. But Gad can't even eat now. He can't even eat now because what? Now I think they're saying Gad can only do it seasonally. He can't eat seasonally. He got to eat daily. On a year, it's around a yearly basis. Gad can't do that. Gad got big. He's losing his business, all this stuff. These are things they're not even talking about. They ain't even hitting on it. They ain't even hitting on what's going on with the natives. They ain't even hitting on what's going on with black people. A lot of black people have gone homeless because of what? Coronavirus. They're gone homeless. They had to go back to live with their parents because they couldn't pay for what? They couldn't pay for their house. So what is Joe Biden going to do? What is Donald Trump? DJ, what is DJ going to do, man? They can't do nothing to help us, man. But yet we still trust in this man's oppression. Man, give me Proverbs 3:31. Proverbs 3:31. We sitting here thinking that what they're gonna do for us is better than anything the Most High can do for us right now. And that is a dangerous thought. And Jake is like, yo, Jake is at the polls right now talking about, yo, I'm voting Trump.
Proverbs,
I'm voting Trump. You should vote Proverbs 3:31.
I seen a lot. I seen a lot on the way back from Detroit on the plane, man. I seen a whole lot of Jake and Issachar wearing Trump apparel, man. Wearing DJ apparel, man. I don't get it.
Yeah, they weren't DJ on him, man.
Yeah, like
I
he's
ran
cool
to
now because he gave him a stimulus check.
I ran
You
to
know,
Issachar and I was like, Issachar, I was thinking I was gonna reel Issachar into the truth, but then he said, "Oh no," and I was talking about George Soros was on there. He was like, "No, Donald Trump is a good man. He's a holy Christian guy. He's changing, and he's not really bad like the other." You're out your mind, Issachar. If you watch your mind, everything else was good, but as soon as you vouch for DJ, you messed up right there.
God.
You got DJ and Biden. You got DJ in jail.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And you ain't gonna get nothing out of jail, and you damn sure ain't getting nothing out of DJ.
DJ and JB are
Yeah.
It's like having the one devil on one arm and another devil on another arm. Just being like, he's trying to deceive you more than I am. I'm gonna give you health care. God. The book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 31. Envy not thou the oppressor, and choose none of his ways.
You gotta choose none of his ways, man. Come on, like if it ain't of these scriptures, it ain't in this Bible. Why in the world are you following what they doing? It's a loop, like the sister said. It's a loophole. Esau know the loophole. Esau don't want you to know the loophole. So as soon as you get that loophole, as soon as you catch on, that's the problem. That's why they getting mad at Ice Cube. Put Ice Cube on what the Queen something. I forgot what it was. It was a bunch of black women. Ice Cube confounded all of them. He said, "Look, okay, you said that black women is not on my writing to Donald Trump. I want you to write out a 4-page letter essay for women." And guess what? It was like, "I'm not going to do it. You wrote it." It was like, you know what? All y'all saying all this stuff. I'm asking for your input. As black women, we black people, right? I'm asking for your input. You mad that I didn't put anything for black women? I said, okay, as black woman, write something. You don't want to do it. That's the problem with our people, man. That's the problem. They do that to us even when in the truth. Oh, yeah. What about Islam? Or what about this? What about look? This is written for you. We not changing nothing. Anything else, you take it up with God. That's it. We're not changing nothing. And if you do want something to work out, we could work it out with you, but you don't want to work out. It's always that, it's that one thing that turned me away. But what it is just, when it comes to politics, our people need to stay out of that, man. Because it's nothing but crap and BS. They don't do anything because it's good or right. They do it to make a political statement. That's it. Because that's it. They don't do nothing else. Oh, this is good and this is what the people deserve. No, they do it because they want a political statement. So it's not even about being good no more. They got 12-year-olds, 14-year-olds being transitioned into a whole different gender. Because what? Is it good or wrong? Is it right or wrong? No, because a political statement. That's it. So when you're getting into all these things that's going on in Esau, his house is tore to freak up right now. You about to walk into his house thinking that you're gonna get something, and they're arguing. That's like me walking to a random white home and all these white people arguing. I'm like, yo, what about me? People like, who the hell is this nigga? You're not going to get anything from Esau. This is the time for you to separate, come together as a nation, and build your nation, because you ain't getting nothing out of this. All right, get me go ahead.
Back on that real quick. Is what you said makes so much sense, man, because it's like us getting involved in the political situation in America is literally like us renting a room in somebody's house and being like, hey, yo, what's going on? We gonna sit down and talk about the cable? It just don't work. It don't work. This ain't got nothing to do with you, man.
What are we eating today? What do I get?
It's like you in a room. What are you eating today? You know, and it's like people ask us at camp every week. It's like the brother that asked us today. He said, what's the solution? How we gonna find some kind of solution? He's like, I want to answer from everybody. And I say, you're gonna get the same answers because you need common ground. And if our common ground is the scriptures, then guess what? We're not gonna go wrong. But as long as we try to go by Roman, Greek political philosophy, which is that's all you can follow in America. They're not gonna let you follow Parliament. They're not gonna let you do it any other way but the way they did in ancient Rome. For the Senate, you're gonna fail, man. Just like I brought up earlier, I read when the evil is in rulership, the righteous will wail, man. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Like I give a good example. Yeah, I know. Oh man, I'm trying to remember that movie. It deals with Robin Williams, right? And Robin Williams was in a movie. He was a robot, but then he got turned into a man, and he had organs, and he became
AI,
the
artificial intelligence.
Yeah, AI, artificial, whatever, right? I'm trying to remember what it is, but basically, he was talking to his dad. He was like, "Dad," he was like, "Dad, I want to be free," and he was like, "Okay." And guess what? He was like, "Here you go. You can go and leave." Right. And Robin was outside. He was like, "Yeah, Dad, what are we going to eat today?" "I don't know. You're free. You can go." And it was confusing. I was like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean I'm free? Like, we don't understand. Like, we don't comprehend what it takes or what it means to be free. And you know, maybe Israel do know, and they're like, "Oh no, I'm not about to do all that to get no kingdom. I just want to get something in this kingdom. Not about to do all that." That's the problem with it, man. They don't want to. They don't want. When you ask for real freedom, you don't ask nobody else. What am I going to eat? Where I'm going to stay? What I'm going to do? That is all on you, man. But yet you want to keep cleaving to your daddy, the devil's feet, man. Give me that Psalms 49:11.
Psalms 49:11.
God.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 49, verse 11. And it reads, their inward thoughts is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names.
You think Esau, he thinks this is going to last forever. But as an Israelite, if you're in the truth, you should know that this place is crumbling. If you're not in the truth, you should know history, facts. History lets you know that every dynasty, every nation, kingdom has fallen. This place is done. So for you to sit here and think that you're going to get a piece of the pie and be like these other nations of Esau, trying to put your Superman cape on and vote for Trump and save America, or put your Superman cape on and vote for Biden and save America, you're out your mind. Because this is something deeper than Biden and Trump that can't be fixed. Give me Psalms 12:5. Psalms chapter 12, verse 5.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 12, verse 5. And it reads, for the oppression of the poor, for the sighing of the needy, now will I arise, saith Yahweh. I will set him in safety from him that puffeth at him.
See, the Most High is going to set us in safety from them that puffeth at us. That's Esau that puffeth at us. They puffed up. They always coming against us. The only way you're going to get saved is through the Most High and His Son, Hamashiach Yahushua. Trying to get salvation from these heathen or a little token in this nation is a farce. It's a long shot. In fact, it's impossible because the scriptures and the prophecies confirm it. So for you to sit here and think that the Most High can't deliver you more than Joe Biden or Donald Trump, you're out your mind. Even though some brothers might be like Donald Trump is their favorite president, they ain't meaning it like that.
God.
Salakia.
Kind of go ahead.
Yeah, just like you were saying, just to let back what you were saying, I just got a quick precept. It reads, it says, stand fast. This is Galatians chapter 5 and verse 1, right? It says, stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Yamashiach had made us free, right? That's how we get freedom. True freedom is through Christ, not through any other nation, not through Esau, all right? And be not entangled again with the yoke of bondage, right? That's what we're in. We're entangled in the yoke of bondage when we keep believing in their philosophy. We keep trying to practice their ways. We keep trying to think that, oh, if we just cleave to them, you know, that they'll basically save us and help us and redeem us, right? One thing about Israel is, you know, there's a saying by Robert Frost. He's a Edomite, but there's truth to this word. He says freedom lies in being bold, right? We have to be bold as a people. We have to stand up for what's righteous and what's right. Even though we know that, yes, maybe a couple of generations down, we're going to have to go through a little bit of pain. But guess what? Our great-grandchildren are not going to live the life that we lived. You know what I mean? They're going to live a little bit, you know, a lot more free because we would have taught them and passed, you know, what we were, you know, what's in the Bible to them, you know? So it's important that we got to wake up and stop being scared and stop thinking that we can't do it without Esau. You know, like I was saying in the Thursday night class, a lot of it is, you know, Jake is just comfortable, man. We're just comfortable with this system. Well, we're too lazy to actually do the work. You know what I mean? To actually stand up and say, you know what? I don't want to depend on this nation for nothing anymore. Right? So I just want to let back what you were talking about and just bring up that scripture real quick. I yield back the floor.
Irie is right, man. When it comes down to doing something for yourself, your own people, we don't want to do that. We want everything given to us. We only want to govern ourselves. We want Esau to govern each other. That takes too much what? Work. We don't want to do any of that. We don't want to set up our own king. We don't want to watch Esau fight and go all through these debates and watch him do that. We don't want to be a part of that. We don't want our own. And that's the problem. Give me, I said, what, Psalms 12 and what? 5? Or did you already read that?
Psalms 12 and 6, right?
5.
Read that again?
Maybe, no, you already read that. Give me Psalms 42 and 9.
Okay. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 9. And it reads, I will say unto God, my rock, to Yahweh, my rock, why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy?
See, we go mourning because the oppression of our enemy. We go mourning to the Lord, help us, save us, deliver us. Our people are getting oppressed by the enemy, but Israel right now is having a role with the base. You got black people talking about if Donald Trump doesn't make it, you ain't hear this from me, but there's going to be a second civil war. You black. What that got to do with you?
And here's me.
What's that got to do with you? You not ready to pick up a gun and create no civil war for George Floyd having a knee on his damn neck, Ahmaud Arbery getting shot for just dogging in the street. You ain't having no civil war for that. You gonna have a civil war for DJ, your daddy DJ, Donald Trump. Really? You really gonna fight with your oppressor? And both of the presidents are stark racist. But you're gonna fight and die, probably kill other black people because he talking about I'm against Black Lives Matter. You're black. You should come on, man. Well, he an Israelite. You know, you're an Israelite. But come on, man. Like really gonna kill your own people for these people? Come on, man. Come on,
so like
bro.
They tell you in Maccabees, there's gonna be people that's gonna side with the Grecians, man. They siding with the Grecians.
Oh, it definitely is gonna be people siding with the. Give me Psalms 43 and 2. Definitely, it's gonna be people siding with the Grecians. Because you know what, Israel, like, you know what, black people not gonna win, so I'm gonna be on the winning side. Just like
Be on the real side.
I don't even want to say his name, but I'm gonna say his name. When I was originally watching Tommy Sotomayor, it was sincere, and it was about changing black women and addressing how evil and wicked our women are and how evil and wicked our men are and how to better the women and men in the black community. But when it came to politics and then when it came to dealing with whites, that dude sold out. That man is he got cooned out, man. I don't know what happened to Tommy, man. Tommy talking about he don't want his daughter, his skin, and people made fun of him because he black. He don't like black people. Like, come on, man. Then he gonna marry a white woman. Come on, man. Like, come on, Tommy. Come on, man. I know our women are overbearing, toe to hell up sometimes, but come on. You gonna tell me they done you worse than Esau Edom? The white man's woman who would sleep with you and then run to him when he finds out and lie and say you raped her? Come on, man. Come on. There's not one loyal, there's no other race on this earth more loyal to the Israelite men than the Israelite woman. Period. Period.
Huh.
You can
That's
see that with
bestiality.
Tina and Ike Turner. Ike was beating the hell out of Tina, and she didn't tell nothing until it got real bad. He was trying to kill her. It ain't no woman on the earth more loyal to the Israelite man than the Israelite woman. There's no man on the earth more loyal to the Israelite woman than the Israelite man. Y'all just gonna have to get with that. There's gonna be problems because there's problem makers. You know how hard that would be. You know how crazy that is for me to like. I've never you are a black man and you mark every black woman as evil and wicked because of one woman you dealt with. But when you face racism with a white man calls you a N-word, a monkey, and you're gonna go and be like, no, that's just that one white man that's wrong. All white people not bad. But you do
Not
that
all
to your
white
own
people.
people. Not all white people. But he sat here and called you a monkey. And but you're just gonna take that. Come on, man.
Well,
Come
he
on.
didn't probably mean like
I
that.
can
I
never
was that.
I could never respect that. Period. I could never respect that. I could understand be like, you know what? Some black women are bad. They all not good. Because there's a notion going around that all black women are good mothers. Every black woman in America is not a good mother. Some of them are bad. I can understand you tackle that notion, but you saying that they all bad? Nah, bro, nah. But you saying that all black men is bad? Come on, nah. You capping now. You capping now.
God.
You capping now. You don't do that to white people. You don't do that to other races. You don't do that at all. But the white man will turn around and be like, all black people are bad. They'll do that. But you gonna sit here and be like, this one white guy, he's not really bad. It's because what his parents taught him. And this black guy, he robbed me because he's broke. I don't like him. All black people are evil. All black men are evil. And you black yourself, man. You like the same dude. I like the the comparison that they did on "Don't Be a Menace" to "Menace to Society" when it wasn't Bernie Mac, but Bernie Mac did "Menaces" "Don't Be a Menace," and he went up. He was like, "Yo, I don't like you." And so what I do, man, I don't like you because your gums is black. No, he said, I don't like. I wake up in the morning. I don't like myself. I look in the mirror. My skin is black. My lips is black. My lips is big like Whoopi Goldberg. I hate that. That's what y'all like, man. That's how y'all are. Y'all don't do nothing. Y'all don't even ride on your enemy like that. You don't even ride on your enemy like that. You don't even ride on Esau like that. And Esau made scientific theories about you being a freaking ape, but you get mad at your brother for taking your money or making fun of you because you broke and don't have shoes. And this dude over here saying you're not even a human, that he's superior than you, that you're nothing, you're a slave. But you mad at your brother because he said you
You ain't got no. You got bad shoe game. Come on, man. Come on.
So like it.
You go ahead.
Jake will hate his brother for being lighter than him, and love the white man for being whiter than him.
Yo, there's a doctrine that light-skinned dudes are not Israelites, but yet they go hard. They go hard for Esau, saying he Japheth. Yeah, I don't care who that man is, and you can see I don't care who that man is. I don't care if he Esau. I don't care if he Japheth. He put our people in slavery. That's where he's going. You can't say a damn thing. You talking about he's Japheth, but you're gonna call your own brother that's light-skinned, that come from the same lineage as you, and be like, he not an Israelite.
What Salakia, what they say they is.
Talking about you, Esau. You know what part of these dudes is? See, Esau is a light-skinned person, ruddy, like you. I come into a nation like that. You know, that's insane.
Oh man.
But you won't go hard for your enemy that kneel on our people's neck on live television and made fun of it. Bought a gun that what's his name? Damn, I'm trying to remember. George Zimmerman used to kill Tamir Rice, bought it for over $500,000, and you want to sit here and talk about skin color, where the white man is saying that you are a disgusting, dirty person because your skin is black, but you're gonna make a doctrine light skins is Esau and the white man is Japheth. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Get real. I can't wait. That's why the Most High got Esau as the sword, whether you recognize he's Esau or not. Japheth, if he Japheth is beating and killing, raping, robbing, murdering you, destroying you, and you can't do a damn thing about it. And Japheth ruled the whole world, but in Second Ezra it says Esau's the end of the world and Jacob beginning thereafter. But we're not even gonna get on that. You over here loving a different nation more than your own people. You deserve to have your head chopped off your shoulders, man.
Salakia.
Come on, go ahead.
Yeah, I was watching an old video with H.O.I, right? This is when, before the split or whatever. But anyways, this Edomite comes over, right? And he was like, he said, yeah, the Edomites already destroyed. There's no such thing as Edom anymore. And you just cut them right now when you said, Esau is the end of the world and Jacob is the world that follows. You know what I'm saying? So if Edom is already destroyed and not done with, so who's lying here? You or the Bible, right? Is it the Most High lying that Edomites are still in existence? Obviously, they're still in existence today, right? So that prophecy has to be fulfilled because it's thus said the Lord. So Esau is still here on the earth, man. And don't let anybody deceive you, man. Right? Right. And when you read through the scriptures and break down the scriptures, it tells you exactly who they are. From process of elimination, you can see it's them, man. They're the ones running the world, man. But this is why we cannot let this damn devils deceive us, man.
God.
We can't do it because it'll be a bad thing, man. But I yield the floor, Salakia. Go ahead.
And you put up there, I think it's Emily Jones right there, says my ex had a warrant. Yeah, right there. My ex and I was arguing. I still didn't give him up when they came for him because of his warrant. And guess what? The Israelite woman does that for you. The Israelite woman does that for you. Not no stinky, pale, mayonnaise skin Edomite. They don't do that for you. They're the main ones that will lock you up, sell you out. The Israelite woman does that for you. For all you Israelite women haters out there, All you men that be hating on the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American woman, show me one heathen woman that do that for you. Crickets. Crickets. You want to know why our people are hating? We hate each other so much. It's almost like no one can hate. It's almost like if there was somebody that hated Black people more than Esau, it would. I want to say Moab will be number 2, but it might actually be it might be a draw between Moab and Israel itself. Like that's how crazy it is. Give me Psalms. Well, I said 42:9. Did you read that?
Oh, you said 43. You said 42?
Yeah.
42:9 times.
Yeah, I'm asking, did you already read 42:9? I think you did. You didn't?
Nah.
All right, bring it out.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 42, verse 9. I will say unto Yahweh, my rock. I did read this. Why hast thou forgotten me? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy?
Yeah, give me 43:2. See, we go our mourning because of the oppression of the enemy. The reason why we're going through so much mourning and oppression is because of what? We don't want to turn back to the Most High in sincerity and love each other. We still show that hatred we got for each other. We still choose our enemies over our brothers. It's that same spirit. Israel, who sold the first Israelite into slavery? I want y'all to act just who sold the first Israelite into slavery? I just want to just shoot your shot. Who sold the first Israelite into slavery? Y'all can put it up on the comment board. Let's see.
I know the answer. If you don't know the answer, just look at yourself. Look at your people. Look what goes on every day.
Yeah, come on, Israel. Who sold the first Israelite into slavery? Who was sold? Who was sold? Who was sold? Joseph.
By Israel themselves. God.
By his own brothers. The other
Today
tribes sold him in straight to the Egyptians. Sold him. His own brothers did it to him. Not crazy that it is. You and a family, you chilling, and your dad's like, "I'm so proud of you, my what?" It's like, "Yo, I'm so proud of you. I'm gonna give you this coat." You know how many, like, they're con. You know how crazy that is. I'm so proud of you. I'm gonna give you this coat, son. Thank you, Dad. Israel could have. The other Israelites could have been like, "Yo, Dad, why you ain't give me no coat? Why you ain't give me nothing?" Nope. They was all like, "Yo, this dude Joseph gonna be a problem, son. Let's sell him into slavery." Sold him into slavery and said, went back to his dad and said, "Oh, he's dead. He died." You know how crazy that is? Yeah, Israel, wicked as hell. Bring it at Psalms 43:2 out.
God, this is the book of Psalms, chapter 43, verse 2. For thou art Yahweh of my strength. Why dost thou cast me off? Why go I mourning because of the oppression of the enemy?
Yeah, we asking, damn, why are we getting so oppressed so bad? Why are we mourning? Why are we getting destroyed? It's because we don't keep that love for our own people, period. We can't even love each other, let alone how we gonna love the Most High that we haven't seen. We can't even love each other, man. That's crazy. So now the Most High got us serving our enemy. Right? Give me Psalm 62:10. Yeah, I'm not selling my brother in no captivity. I don't know what the hell I don't know what pomegranate juice our forefathers was sipping, but I would never do that to one of my brothers. But Most High willing, I don't ever get put in that situation because man, It'll have to be something crazy. It have to be something so drastic because look, you know that we all read Amos, right? We read in Amos because Amos talks about all the judgments to the nations. We got a judgment for Israel who sold the prophets into slavery. They were selling prophets into slavery in Amos. It was a judgment for that. Israel wicked. The prophets was railing on them so bad. It was like, you know what? You want to talk bad about us and you don't want to stop talking? I'm going to put you in slavery.
Call the police.
So you got to watch out. Yeah, you got to watch out what you doing, man. All right, go ahead, Up.
This is the book of Psalms, chapter 62, verse 10. Trust not in oppression and become not vain in robbery. If riches increase, set not your heart upon them.
Yo, we can't trust in oppression, man. We can't be like growing vain in robbery. Esau robbed everything. He done robbed everything from the earth, and we like, yo, I want a piece of that pie. I want a piece of that. When riches increase, don't set your heart to it, man. Esau is going to be a rich billion, quintuple trillionaire. These dudes are, you know how much $600 billion is? Yo, some of these white Bill Gates has $600 billion, bro. That's insane. That's crazy. That's, you know how many people will be fed just off of that? Bill Gates can't do nothing with no $600 billion, bro. Can't do nothing with no $600 billion. If Bill Gates left America and made his own country, dude would be rich. It's insane. But yet we don't want to do our own thing, man. We don't. We don't. Give me Psalms 107 and verse 39. Psalms 107 verse 39.
Like it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a quick precept on what you were talking about Esau just waxing rich, man, and not even caring. Just real quick precept, and I'll yield the floor back. It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 5 and 28. It reads, "They are waxing fat, they shine, yea, they overpass the deeds of the wicked." That's pretty deep, man. They overpass the deeds of the wicked in how much greed they had just to make themselves filthy rich, right? I was actually talking to my wife earlier, and we were talking about properties and how Esau will come and just take over all the good land, right? Subdivide the land and build their own places there and leave like crappy lands left for people to come and just buy those as crumbs, man. And this is something that they've been doing from generations to generations, right? But let's keep going. And he reads, it says, "They judge not the cause of the fatherless." Who are the ones that got the fatherless? We are. You know, a lot of times we are raised up in fatherless homes. A lot of us are poor, going through a lot, yet they prosper. So on top of that, and they see it happening, and they'll admit to it. They'll say, "Oh yeah, you know, I see what's going on. You know, we got to help the brown and black people," but nothing ever happens, man. With this whole election situation, this is why we have to get away from that whole voting system, because either way you vote, you're not gonna get anything from this kingdom, man. All right, they're gonna sell that to us over and over. But what do? We go and keep voting. Like Ayenya brought up earlier, you know, lesser of two evil. Both of them are evil. There's no lesser between either one, right? It says, "Yet they prosper, and the right of the needy." It says needy do they not judge, so they can care less about the rights of the needy, right? No matter how much you cry and plead and beg them, right? It doesn't matter, man. So I just wanted to bring that out. I yield the floor back to you, King.
What he said was on point, man. They don't give a damn. They be making like what you said hits real. It hits home, right? There's more homes, there's more houses than homeless people in America. They got enough housing to house all the homeless people in America. They can stop homelessness in America at the drop of a hat, but they won't do it because they profit. That's how evil this nation is. That's how evil this nation is, man. That goes for us when it talks about, you know, how can a man say he loves God when he has this world's goods and not give it to his brother. Esau won't even take care of his own brother. He won't take care of his own like that.
Right.
That's the wickedness that they got, man. And yeah, bring that Psalms 107 and 39 out. I'm gonna bring out one more scripture, then we're gonna bring out a couple small videos on Joe Biden. I know brothers, the guy used the restroom and stuff real quick, so use those videos to help you out.
Con. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 107, verse 39. And it reads, again, they are diminished and brought low through oppression, affliction, and sorrow.
Yeah, then again, we are brought low through oppression, affliction, and sorrow, man, because of what's going on. And you think Joe Biden's gonna help you with that? It's impossible. 8 years ain't gonna fix what we're going through. In fact, when it goes down to it, Christ has a 1,000-year millennial reign just to fix all the problems in Israel, man. 1,000 years. You think 8 years from a stinky old Edomite pervert is going to help us? No. All right, give me Psalms 119, verse 134. 119, verse 34. We're going to play that first. I think it was like a 3-minute video.
Okay, Khan, the first one.
Yeah. All right, bring that scripture out.
Con. This is the book of Psalms, chapter 119, verse 134. Deliver me from the oppression of man, so will I keep thy precepts.
See, the whole point, we want the Lord to deliver us so we can be free from the oppression of man. No matter whether it's Joe Biden, we're going to be oppressed, whether it's Donald Trump, we're going to be oppressed, right? But the Most High, if he deliver us, we don't get oppressed by man, right? All right, that's it on that. Let's get this halftime in. I know brothers got to use the restroom. I got to use the restroom. All right, you can put the video up, Ari.
Okay, Khan.
You could play the first 3 videos.
Okay, Khan. I'll play the first one first, then you just let me know. Just you want me to just go through them, right? But I you might want to bring out something in between, right?
Nah. Well, play the first one. Play the first one all the way through. I might be back by the second one, and we'll see.
Oh, okay, Khan. I got you. All right, I'll do that then.
Just coming home from a 20-year sentence because of Joe Biden and that bullshit bill that him and Hillary put forth.
Another thing about how perspectives change over time. Bobby Rush, member of Congress, said the other day, I'm ashamed that I voted for the 94 crime bill. You ashamed of that bill? Not at all. And in fact, I drafted the bill, if you remember. I know that.
Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscious developing, because they literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now, not out of a liberal instinct or love, brother, and humanity, although I think that's a good instinct, but for simple, pragmatic reasons. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets.
that society has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them. They are beyond the pale, many of those people. Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society.
Mass incarceration has put hundreds of thousands behind bars for minor offenses. Joe Biden wrote those laws.
Every major crime bill that's come out of this Congress has had the name Joe Biden on that bill. We do everything but hang people for jaywalking in this bill.
Joe Biden's policies destroyed millions of black lives. Joe Biden may not remember, but we do.
All right, Joey, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black, take a look at my record, man. When I marched in the Civil Rights Movement, I marched with tens of thousands of others. He had not actually marched during the Civil Rights Movement and kept telling the story anyway.
I came out of the Civil Rights Movement. I was one of those guys that sat in and marched and all that stuff.
His aides went back to say, look, he was in office marching for the idea.
That's how the word marching on Twitter. I was not out marching. If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black, you're going to put you all back in chains. You ain't black. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. You ain't black. You ain't black. You ain't black. You ain't black.
The most racist thing the person can tell me that I'm supposed to choose something based on my race.
You ain't black.
Maxine.
All right, I'm back. You play the next video out.
Okay, come. Wow, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Yeah, God, that's just crazy.
Getting any rest this hot summer? Nowhere not, because we have racial problems here, and I spend about 24 hours a day among them, and that's the only way to keep them quiet. I get insulted, but I don't let them insult me. We just keep on moving. Goodness. What percentage of Baltimore is Negro? 60% in our schools and 40% white in the school. 60% Negroes. And the opposite is just 60% white and 40% population. Agency all around the core of the city. Building a beautiful city right here in the business area, but all around us we have bad conditions. Could I talk to you on something very personal to me and in the strictest of confidence? I don't want anybody to put me in here. I just might have to urge you to come over here and help run Washington Park. Well, I'd like to think about it for a minute or two. We have 60% Negroes. We also ought to have some young, able, attractive Negro in the administration. We under this new reorganization, I told him I was going to get this man in America to run the city. I rather think that I'm going to have to ask you to do that. And I would like to take a young, able, some fellow that stand some training, Negro, and put him in as an assistant and let you try to train him to see how it worked out, see if he could ever take the thing over when you got where you got up. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you then. It's a lot better sign than Vietnam, although it's not a very good one. Yes, could I think it over and talk with some people here? I could give you fringe benefits, or you could go out on both, take some people now and then and try to ease some tensions, the sports, things of that kind. Now, what's your salary over there? $25,000. Well, you get about the same here. Get $28,500. I know you don't like the thought of undertaking a heavy thing and a new thing, but I just think the next year or so you just got to do this. I just don't think. I think we got to draft you. I don't think you got any choice. Well, let me. I have to talk a little business with my wife. I think we ought to have a Negro somewhere in the chain of command, and I think he could carry out your instruction. He could carry out your instruction. He could carry out your instruction. All right, I'll call you. If you don't, I'm going to send you the name.
I became the first chief executive black in the nation. I became the first housing director black in the nation. I joined John Lindsay's cabinet when I fell out with President Johnson, went to New York as chairman of the Housing Authority, the biggest in the nation. I became the first African American leader of mayors in this country. I served with five presidents side by side. Johnson, of course, was the best. I sort of struck the line that I felt that I could take comfortably, meaningfully, helpfully, and I went on from there. There was not a committee that was appointed from Washington or from this region that I was not appointed to. I went back to Washington and started my service from there as the first African American to sit as the executive in this country. Now, Renee, I don't care what anybody said. I had some people who didn't like what I was doing.
What do you mean? Why didn't they like it?
They thought I was a little too nice. Thought I should be harder, tougher. My job, I thought, was to get something done for the people of the city. I embarked to do that. I tried hard to do that, and I came very near doing it.
But some people felt at the time that you weren't militant enough.
That's right. I mean, he's a nice guy, well met. People like to shake his hand. People like to say hello. But he's not up to it.
Con, so what I want to say about this video right here is, here's a quote. I'm gonna give a quote from the president that made him the first black man to be a chairman. I forgot what it is, but it's Lyndon B. Johnson. All right, this is a quote from Lyndon B. Johnson. President Lyndon B. Johnson: I'll have those Negroes voting Democrat for the next 200 years. Right? Here's a claim quote from Lyndon B. Johnson. Warning language. Lyndon Baines Johnson, 1963. These Negroes, they're getting pretty uppity these days. And that's a problem for us since they've gotten something now they never had before. The political pull to back up their uppityness. Now we've got to do something about this. We've got to give them a little something, just enough to quiet them down, not enough to make a difference. I'll have them niggers voting Democrat for the next 200 years. That's Lyndon B. Johnson, the same president that made that brother one of the first black politicians.
Slovakia.
Go ahead, Art.
Khan. It's crazy how they made him and used him as the puppet, and they still do that today with certain civil rights leaders, right? This is why this is another reason why we have to pay attention to who we allow to lead us or try to steer us in certain direction. Like, what agenda do they have behind the scene? Because a lot of times you get these so-called civil rights leaders, they for their own pockets, man. I got a quick scripture real quick I want to bring out. This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 12 and 6, and it reads, it says, for even thy brethren and the house of thy father, right, which is our brothers from the seed of Jacob, even they have dealt treacherously, right, with thee. What are all these so-called civil rights leaders? That's exactly why they've dealt with us, by lying to us, being a tool for Esau to control us. And like the quote you brought up by Lyndon B. Johnson, where he talked about, having us vote Democrats for 200 years, they're still doing it till today, right? With the whole, I mean, listen to the last video we watched with Joe Biden, man, right? Talking about if we're not black, if we don't vote Democrat, we're not black. What kind of ridiculous thing is that for you to say? And how degrading is that for you to look at us as nothing but just, we know, like, see, we're programmed to go one way only, right? But listen to this. And part of it is part of our so-called leaders, man, right? We have no righteous leaders. We got nothing but a bunch of wicked leaders that want to fill up their own pockets. But let's go back. It says they have called a multitude after thee, right? They've stood with all these other nations to really go against us, man, to pass certain laws to kind of, make us think that we're getting certain things when we're not. It says, believe them not, man. And how do you discern this? You discern it through the scriptures. This is why we have to be rooted in the word of the Most High. Because when we even hear from our own people that are wicked, we'll know how to weed them out. And it says, though they speak fair words unto thee. Now, this is a two-part scripture. This can also go to the Edomite. But this is primarily, if you read on the top part of the scripture, it says, thy brethren. Who's your brethren? People of your own nation, right? So I just want to bring that scripture real quick, just to elaborate on what we were just talking about. But I yield the floor back to you again.
I want to get something in Maccabees. I think this is here. I'm going to read it. This is First Maccabees chapter, what's this? 11. This is First Maccabees chapter 11, verse 21. Then came ungodly persons who hated their own people, went unto the king, and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower. So we got certain ungodly people or Israelites who hate their own people, right? And Israel are willing to be puppets set up, just to be a part of the demise of their own nation. They want to be a part of something. Just want to be a part of something, man. Like MJ was saying, just want to be starting something, but Israel just want to be a part of something. So it's the wickedness that's just going on is completely insane. You got something you want to say to what?
Con, man, and you know what? The wickedness is going on is completely insane, and not just that, everybody's following with it. That's the insanity of it. It's like H.O.I said in Detroit, like, we don't even think that we should try it another way now. We don't even think that maybe we should just try something different.
Yeah.
All these leaders that done stood up over these times, like what's the brother name that was infiltrating the Black Panthers, and the whole Nation of Islam killing Malcolm X, and all that was government controlled. But we still think that by voting or choosing one or the other, that it's gonna be different, or that we can trust these devils to do anything other than what they're gonna do or what they've been doing for the last 1,000 years. With that, I yield the floor.
God, you know, as a nation, we got to change. If we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to be leading not only what's left of this nation, what's left of the little hope we have of this nation, until a burning building with Esau. Right, we're going to play this last video. We're going to get back right into the debate.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard. Oh, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous.
No, Howard. You liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs.
Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up.
That makes it even worse.
Oh, you know, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
So you heard how deep, how deep what Esau said. He said the only thing that makes some of Israel different than them is because they black, their skin color. That's it. They act like them, they dress like them, they learn their ways, and they worship them. The only thing that sets you apart from Esau, literally, and that's the truth, is your skin color, because you follow every single thing they do. And Esau's smart. He knows not to, like, if you struggle and pulled and took hope from Israel like Ramses did. See, Esau, he gonna give you a little bone. He'll give some of you the small, minute idea that you can make it here. Oh, it's hope here. It's hope here. The American dream is still here. The hope is here. And yet, it's just a small little piece that you took a bite out of, but you turn around, there's not enough for your whole family, let alone enough for your whole nation. Yeah, Esau gonna give you a little small one. But that's it. Now let's go back to them debates. See what they got to say. Oh, I read on mute. You're on mute.
More than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families?
Let me just tell you, they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages. And then they had a picture in a certain newspaper. There was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. They real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
Did not
they built the cages. Hey, who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about
who built the cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I
about
will say this. They went down, we brought reporters, everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of them haven't been reunited.
But just ask one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they go into a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Catch and release. You know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make the case that I seek asylum based on the following premise: why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It just shows that he has no understanding of immigration of the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. Yeah. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
You don't know the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on.
We don't have to
the
worry
next
about
section.
it. They terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it.
move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and Brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. What I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. But guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it. But we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they kept never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture. And everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did. 10-year long-term funding. And I gave them more money than they asked for because I said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them. And they like me and I like them. But I saved it. Colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is a guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and people who were going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws, eliminate minimum mandatories, and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. Going to rehabilitation, not to jail. Fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do, and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago, and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am. You know who he is. You know his character. You know my character. You know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. Character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
Right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
Hey, President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue.
From hell.
President Trump, we're talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
and I have to respond to that.
Please.
Because look, there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
That's exactly what.
This is where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that Black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of Black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. They can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark. But I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire, every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond to that.
You made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in?
You said you're Abraham Lincoln.
Where did that? No. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the Black community.
And I'm saying,
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community? Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put tens of thousands of black men mostly in jail.
All right, let me
you know what?
let me
they
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden
look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them
about
very, very badly. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think maybe the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug, but they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
All right, you can stop that right there. You can stop that right there. Oh man, this is just crazy right here. Give me Ezekiel 35 and 5. Ezekiel 35 and 5. So that race relation question was the highlight that I really felt. That was funny, man. It was a funny highlight of the debate, because they both know they're racist. Both of them know they're racist. Both of them know they done so much dirt to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and to minorities. They know they done both the dirt. So now they trying to paint this canvas of, oh, I did this, that, and the third, but I made up by doing this. I made up by doing that. I made up by doing that. No, we ain't hearing that now. We're not hearing that. Trump is a stark racist. He knows he's racist, but what Trump will do is he'll throw black people a bone so they'll shut up. Joe Biden is a racist, and he hasn't done nothing, but he's giving you hope that he'll change. That's pretty much what it is. So you picking the lesser of two evils, and he's like, no, you're racist. No, you're more racist. No, I'm not racist. You're racist. Like it's crazy.
Right. It's like the brother brought out earlier. They just basically passing the buck, man, to each other. You know, it's like, no, you're more racist. No, you're more racist.
It's like hot potato. Like damn hot potato. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not a racist. You're racist. Oh, I'm not. You're racist. Hot potato, man.
That's crazy.
Knowing damn well both
Right.
of them are racist.
They both cut from the same cloth, man.
Cut from the
Oh
same
man.
cloth.
Con.
A
Right,
KKK hood.
right. This is the book of Ezekiel, chapter 35 and verse 5. Because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had an end.
So they got that perpetual hatred against us. It's nothing that they're gonna lie. They're gonna talk nice. They're gonna talk smooth as butter. Look at that scripture. They're gonna talk smooth to you, but at the end of the day, they're seeking to destroy you. Joe Biden is not going to do anything that he says he's going to do. Ice Cube proved that. Ice Cube said, look, this is what I want done for the black community. This is what we need. Let's talk. He didn't want to talk. He said after the election. Him and Kamala said
Right.
after the election. Trump was like, okay, we can talk. We can talk. Trump will give you a little something only because he know that other Edomites is not going to do nothing. But he's still a racist.
Right.
He's still a racist. So yeah, it sounds like Beavis and Butthead. So he's still a racist. He's gonna give you something, but then he'll turn around and still be racist against you. So it's like it don't even matter at this point. Both of them are stark racist. Donald Trump, he'll give you something, but he's gonna be a blatant racist. Joe Biden is gonna hide his racism, but pass laws to destroy you.
Right.
So what you gonna do? You got the lesser of two evils, huh? Give
Right.
me Zechariah 11 and 5. Now, Joe Biden, this is how you know Joe Biden is full of crap. When she asked about systemic racism and how a lot of black people and brown people are being killed by cops, Joe Biden was like, oh, I don't have to go through that. I never have to teach my daughter these things to prepare for it, but black people do. That's it. Trump, he told you all the things that he did for black people. Did he do it because he wanted to? No, he did it because he can say something so he can look better than Joe Biden. That's it. He didn't do it sincerely. He did it because he wants to have something to say. Because guess what? Donald Trump like black people that can do something for him.
Right.
That's it. If you can't do something for him, he don't care about you. Joe Biden, he'll say he like black people and he wants you to do stuff for him, but he ain't gonna give nothing back. He'll talk good about you, maybe, because he's been talking crazy. Maybe talk good about you, but at the end of the day, will he do something for you? No. All right, bring that out.
Khan, this is the book of Zechariah, chapter 11 and verse 5. Whose oppressors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. And they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich, and their own shepherd pity them not.
So we already know during the Obama administration, you had who? You had he got choked out. Oh man, I'm trying to remember the brother's name. He got choked over some cigarettes. Let's see his name.
Oh, you talking about the brother in New York?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's what's his name again? Yeah, that's the heavyset brother.
Yeah.
Eric Garner. Eric Garner. Yeah, I think it's Eric Garner.
Yeah, I think you're right too. Yep, you're right. Eric Garner. Eric Garner he got killed under what? The Obama administration. It don't matter if you're a and this is a so-called black man that's a president. It doesn't matter
Right.
what you can do. Something Trump let you. He slipped it out. He was like, "Look, I he said with race relations, I did all those things for black people, and you didn't. Now, granted, maybe you wanted to, but you couldn't. I had to pull and twist arms to do it. You want to know why? It doesn't matter if you are the president. Doesn't matter if you're the vice president. If everybody in that house and cabinet does not want black people to prosper, it will not prosper. That bill won't
Right.
pass. So you're sitting here, you voting him in. It's not going to really do anything. You know, it's really not going to help that much if he can't get those bills passed.
Right.
And your people are still going to keep getting killed and slain. Why did Obama allow that white man to choke Eric Garner out and he didn't step in and have him locked up? He didn't even speak about it. He didn't really even speak about it. Your favorite president, Barack Hussein Obama, your favorite president. He didn't talk about that. He just
Right.
allowed that to happen. Now, granted, we already know he around all those stark racist Edomites in there. Even though spiritually he's an Edomite, Hamite. Spiritually he's an Edomite. They ain't having that. They're not about to let this man actually do something good for black people. That's the last thing they ever wanted. I just showed you a quote from Lyndon B. Johnson. He said, what? We'll give them a little something, but not enough to make progress or a change.
Right.
That's Donald Trump. He'll give you a little something, not enough to make progress or a real change. Joe Biden is just not going to give you anything and sell you hopes and dreams. All right, give me Isaiah 10 and 1. Talking about those unrighteous decrees that Trump and Joe Biden put out. Both
Right.
sides.
Right. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed.
Yeah, they write grievousness that they prescribe to destroy who? The children of Israel. Donald Trump wrote that law. He didn't write that law. Joe Biden wrote the law, but Donald Trump pushed it. That's why he got Joe Biden with that. Joe Biden,
Right.
under the Obama administration, built those cages, built that facility, set that up to put minorities crossing the border in there. Donald Trump, all he did was look at the bill and used it.
Right.
Now, Joe Biden's like, well, I did make that bill, did make that facility, and did set up everything to be put in progress, but I never did it. You did. So I gave you the idea to be evil. I don't have no part in that.
Right.
You see how crazy that is? Like I did write the bill, but you actually did it. I never thought you would do that. Like, how can you be like, how can you just sit here and they pointing fingers at each other? It is crazy. I wrote the
Right.
bill, but you actually did it. Well, I only did it because you wrote and gave me the idea.
Right.
So now it's like you can see this whole nation falling apart, man.
God.
If Donald Trump is still in office, it's gonna be hell let loose. If Joe Biden is still in office, it's gonna be hell let loose. It's gonna be hell let loose, man. They're over here passing all these laws. Then Joe Biden with his laws, talking making the 3-strike law, getting our people locked up and going to jail, having them locked away. And he's benefited off of that. Blessed, he said, those that sold them, blessed be the Lord, I am rich. They make a lot of money. They make a killing out of putting those black boys, black men in jail. They made a killing out of that. Joe can't lie about that. They made money. The prison industrial system made a lot of money from black people being locked up.
Got a thing you want to say on that up?
Nah, I mean, you right on it, man. You right on it. Like we were talking about, they just keep passing that blame, but we know, like we said earlier, they're same people, man. I mean, we can go through the scriptures. It just tells us exactly what they're going to be doing. These are things that are going to be doing in these last days, right? They're going to be divided against each other, right? And that's how that race war is going to kick off, man. Before you know it, if you're smart and you Israel, just stay away from that. Let them kill each other and wipe each other out, man. That's all
Israel.
we're doing of Most High, man. Go ahead.
Israel, y'all better not be walking around with a Donald Trump hat or a Joe
Right.
Biden shirt, because after that election, it's gonna be all no holds barred. They see you with that Trump hat, they gonna try to hurt you. They see you with a Joe Biden shirt, because Israel, they're gonna be crazy. Nobody gonna tell me I can't vote. Vote does change.
Right.
So,
Right.
even though the scripture lets you know you're not supposed to vote, don't you go out there with no Joe Biden or Donald Trump memorabilia when you voting. You better not. But if you are, you better get ready. If you got any Joe Biden flags in front of your home, you better remove them, because it's
Right.
gonna be some problems. If you got Trump flags in front of your home, you better get rid of them. But you in the truth, out of the truth. You better get rid of them things, because it's about to get nasty. All right, give me Isaiah 5 and 7. Isaiah chapter 5, verse 7.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 5 and verse 7. For the vineyard of the Lord of hosts is the house of Israel, and the man of Judah his pleasant plant. And he looked for judgment, but behold, oppression, for righteousness, but behold, a cry.
See, instead of righteousness, he behold us crying. Instead of instead of righteousness, he behold us crying. Second, take a little while. And instead of justice, he saw what? Oppression. That's what's happening to the children of Israel. We crying because the oppression. The Most High is like, yo, the hell's going on with my people? What's going on with my tree? My tree the leaf is bent over. The tree is all hard and turning brown. The green is going away. It needs water. It got ants eating and caterpillars nipping at it. That's what we look like to the Lord, man. We need, as a nation, we need serious help. Give me Isaiah 30 and 12.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 12. Wherefore thus said the Holy One of Israel, because ye despise this word and trust in oppression and perverseness and stay thereon.
Because we despise the word of the Most High, and we trust in oppression and vainness and stay therein, that judgment coming. Because we sitting here like, well, the Lord ain't coming, so let me go vote. The Lord ain't coming, so let me go see what Esau can give me.
Right.
We trust in that oppression. That's why you see a lot of people are voting for Trump. Why? Because they actually feel like they can get something from him. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm very sure Trump will give them something. Not anything that they should get. You ain't gonna get no reparations out of him, but he'll give you a little doggy bone.
Right.
You know, the mutton, what they call the mutton. You know, them old cartoons, them Vikings be having that big piece of meat, and they eat it. You get the bone with a little piece of meat on there. You ain't gonna get the whole meat. That's all you're gonna get. All right, give me Isaiah 33 verse 15.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 33 and verse 15. He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly, he that despiseth the gain of oppression and shaketh his hand from holding of bribes, that stoppeth his ear from hearing of blood, and shutteth his eyes from seeing evil.
See, we're not going to be those Black, Hispanic, and Native American people who are just going to be satisfied with, oh, Trump gave me something, put this MAGA hat on. I don't give a damn what's going on with my people. I don't care that our people dying. Black Lives Matter is a terrible organization. I'm not going to do that, right? They have a good movement. Our people are dying. That's a problem. But the people who are funding it and the agenda behind it, that's the real problem. You're not going to be pushing that self-destruction here. All right, that's not working. If you making it about Black Lives Matter, why in the hell are white homosexuals in there? Was some white lesbian in there? Why is she in there? She got nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. She not getting murdered in the street. Gay people are not getting murdered by cops. They're not. I'm sorry to let you know that it says Black Lives Matter for a reason. That's the problem we got with it. But other than that, do our lives matter? To the Most High, yeah.
Right.
Not to this nation. And frankly, I'm sad to say, not to each other. But to the Most High it does, to Yahushua it does. To brothers and sisters in the truth, it does. But as a nation, it don't. There's hypocrisy in that. But we over here are not going to take a bribe and turn our eyes from the murder of our people. We're going to talk about it. We're not going to shake our hands against a bribe because we were given something. That's what Jake is looking for. That's why it's funny. I'd rather have, at first, brothers like, they don't want Hillary to get in there because Hillary put them to sleep. I'd rather have Biden get in office because Biden will be the stark racist he's going to be and not give them a damn thing.
Right.
Donald will be racist and say what he want to say, but he gonna give black people stuff, and they just gonna be like, you know what? I'm still gonna stand by my president because what? He's giving them stuff. All right, give me Isaiah 54:14.
Come. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 54 and verse 14. In righteousness shalt thou be established. Thou shalt be far from oppression, for thou shalt not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near thee.
See, we will escape from oppression because of righteousness, because the good that we do. We won't fear, and the terror will not come against us. It won't come near us because we're practicing righteous acts and righteous things. Because people look at us and be like, you know what? Those people got to be the people of the Lord. And I'm not going to touch them. They ain't got nothing to do with us. They ain't got nothing to do with that. Well, what is a Democrat going to say to a Hebrew Israelite group? Oh, you guys follow Trump and you guys are followers of Trump. What is a Republican going to say to Israelite? Oh, you follow Biden. You guys follow. They be confounded. They're like, are you guys Muslim? Or what do you guys do? They get confounded. They don't know what the hell we be teaching. Right? They don't have we have nothing to do with all this political stuff, man. We have nothing to do with all that at all. They can't target us for that at all. Give me Isaiah 59:1. Isaiah chapter 59:1.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 59 and verse 1. Behold, the Lord's hand is not shortened, that it cannot save, neither his ears heavy, that it cannot hear.
The Most High, he's not a God. He's not like Cesar Borgia, one that you could pray to and he can't do nothing to help you. one that you can't pray to and he won't hear you. Most High hears what's going on. That's why you have to worship him with all your heart and soul, because you know he has the power in his hand to help and deliver you. Right? Keep going.
God. Verse 2. But your hands are defiled with blood. Salaki, verse 2. But your iniquity have separated between you and your power, and your sin had hid his face from you, and he will not
But
hear.
because we are wicked and we do evil, to this day, we got severed from our power. Now you're going around looking for another gods, looking for other ways to save yourself because you got severed from your power. Well, all you got to do is be righteous and put away your wickedness. Keep going.
Khan, verse 3. For your hand are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Your lips have spoken lies. Your tongue had murdered perverseness.
See, we mutter with our tongues perverseness, evil. God don't exist. He ain't gonna do nothing. I don't want to hear none of that Bible stuff. I don't want to hear nothing about that Bible stuff. I'm a real gangster. I don't hear nothing about that Bible stuff. Y'all utter all this wicked, perverse stuff. How's that Bible gonna help me? Y'all always reading the Bible.
Right.
When you would sit down and listen to us, you understand that the Bible is the key to your salvation. If you just kept and followed it. Right, keep going.
Khan. Verse 4. None called for justice, nor any pleaded for truth. They trust in vanity and speak lies. They conceive mischief and bring forth iniquity.
You see that? It says none trusteth in the Most High. They trusteth in vanity and wickedness. That's what we do. That's vain. You see them two presidents up there? One's a open white supremacist. One is in a closet white supremacist, and we voting for him. That's vain. That's vanity.
Right.
When we know we have a God who actually loves us as a nation, and he sent his son for us, and his son died because he loves us as a nation. Tell Joe Biden, I want him to go get crucified in the name of black people, and I'll vote for him.
Right.
He gonna have to get resurrected. I don't know how he gonna get resurrected, but then I'll vote for him. Keep going.
God, verse 5. They hatched, characterize, salaki, egg, and weave the spider's web. He that eateth of their eggs dieth, and that which is crushed breaketh out into a viper.
You see that? So if you eat, it's a cockatrice. A cockatrice is like a weird snake bird, snake chicken. So if you eat the egg, you die. If you wait for the egg to hatch and grow, it's a viper. It's nothing you can do with that. You can't eat it. You eat it, you get spoiled and die. If you grow it, what the hell can you do with a viper? It's gonna bite you.
Right.
All right, keep going.
Verse 6. Their webs shall become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands.
You see that? You messing with Esau, his webs, you can't even make his web into a garment. You can't even wear to clothe you. Everything that he's done is iniquity. And it says the works of his hands are iniquity, and the acts of violence is in their hands. Who's that? Donald Trump telling his Proud Boys to stand back and stand by.
Right.
You got Joe Biden with Antifa, and they burning down stuff. In fact, Antifa is a big reason why Black Lives Matter is getting defamed, because it's a bunch of white kids burning down and defaming and committing all types of arson against
in the name of Black Lives Matter.
Right.
It's just nothing but violence in both their hands, man. Whether you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican. Right? Keep going.
Con. Verse 7. Their feet run to evil, and they make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their path.
Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity, and wasting and destruction are in their path. I'm gonna show on both sides, right? Right wing Republicans. They tried to kidnap the mayor of Michigan, and they were going to either kill her or bring her to. They say they're going to bring her to court for justice. They're going to kidnap her. They're going to kidnap the woman. Then you have Trump supporters receiving letters from anonymous people saying that they're going to burn their houses down. The wickedness that they think about doing, they imagine evil things.
Right.
They imagine evil things. In fact, there was I think I put it up. There was a threat. A white person was going to shoot up a black church again, but he got locked up and they caught him. In Georgia. In Georgia. I think we're going to try to pull up there. I'm going to see if brothers can. But in Georgia, a white person threatened to shoot up a black church. So while they thinking about killing you, killing each other, they also were incorporating and not forgetting you.
Right.
Keep going.
Verse 8. The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked path. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace.
So they made themselves crooked paths. That's why when we try to follow Esau and his ways, we don't have peace. We still screaming, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, no justice, no peace, because they got crooked paths. There's no justice. We go into the word justice, and that word, it means equality, equity, measurement, same. You're not going to be treated the same in this country. There's no equality in them. You want justice, there's no equality in them. You will never receive it from them. These people are and perverse. They don't know the way of peace. They're giving out Nobel Peace Prizes, but they're the same nation that committed 2 world wars. But they're giving out Nobel Peace Prizes.
Right.
Come on, man. Keep going.
Verse 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither doth justice overtake us. We wait for light, but behold, obscurity, Salakia, for brightness, but we walk in darkness.
We waiting for light. Oh, if I vote for Donald Trump, maybe I have some light and justice. Maybe he'll do some good stuff for black people. Maybe if I vote for Joe Biden, he'll give me some good stuff for black people. We'll get the justice we deserve. Come on, man. 400 years. And then on Donald Trump's side, he got 4 years. He's done a little stuff for black people. And then Joe Biden, in his 47 years of being a politician, ain't really do nothing for us.
Right.
But we're going to give him 8 extra years. Come on, man. Like, for us to still be in this lunacy or this obscurity of light instead of just going to the Most High. And if you wanted to, like, if you really wanted as a nation, we all came together and we forced one of them to actually do something for us and we sold our vote. If we sold our vote $5 for one black person, we'll get somewhere, but we're not doing that. Right, keep going.
Verse 10. We grope for the wall, Salakia. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday, as in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men.
We're in desolate places like dead men. You ever see? We went to Detroit.
And we went to certain areas in Detroit, and those are some desolate places like Dead Men. That's some desolate places like Dead Man. Ain't nothing there. I know why Eminem didn't want to be there. Knees weak, arms is heavy, mom spaghetti. I know why Eminem didn't want to be there. All right, it's desolate places. It's dead men, and we like blind people trying to grope on the wall, running around, man.
Right.
That's us. We groping around. We can't see what's going on. We trying to figure out what to do. We trying to grab and grasp on anything to give us some way, some path. Keep going.
Verse 11. We roar like bears, and mourn sore like dogs. We look for judgment, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far off from us.
We roar like bears, but then we mourn like sore doves. I'm gonna give you an example. All right, when Jake is out there, he see the police. Yeah, F the police. What you gonna do? What you gonna F the police, sir? F the police, man. And then the police, they get mad and they beating Jake up. Guess what Jake start doing? He starts screaming, why you doing this to me? They gonna kill me, son. They gonna kill me. We roaring like bears. Then when Esau put that judgment, we screaming like sore doves.
God.
One moment, no justice, no peace. There's not gonna be no peace in this city unless we get justice. Then somebody else died. They in front of the podium. I can't believe what happened. This is so crazy. I can't believe, because that's our people, man.
Right.
You say no justice, no peace. Where's the no peace?
Right.
Where's the no peace? What are you doing that give these people no peace? Sitting up there crying on a podium ain't gonna do it. Sitting there whining, saying that you treating us wrong and bad for 400 years. They know they treat us wrong and bad for 400 years.
Right.
What they afraid of is black identity extremists, which will never exist, because black people, they roar like bears and they cry like sore doves. They out there with, like Grandmaster Jay. Grandmaster Jay, he got them AR-15s and he looking good, and he talking about busting guns, and he about to shut what state did he go to? Missouri or something like that? I forgot where he
Missouri.
went to.
I think that was the last one.
Yeah, he gonna shut Missouri down if the sister doesn't get, I forgot her name, man. If the sister doesn't get justice because she got killed, and guess what? She didn't really get no justice. They gave her boyfriend like a couple $1 million, and guess what? They ain't do nothing. They roar like lions and they scream like sore doves.
Right.
That's Israel, man. You carrying all them guns ain't gonna bust a damn gun. In fact, the only person they shot is themselves. That one dude that pulled the shotgun and shot himself. Like, come on, man.
You talking about Breonna Taylor, Kentucky? Breonna Taylor.
Yeah, Kentucky. It was Kentucky that he was in. And guess what? What happened? They said they was supposed to go back and shut Kentucky down. What happened? Did that happen?
No.
No, because they were roaring like bears, and now they scream like sore doves.
God.
When the Most High raised up real hunters, like I forgot the brother. He was a brother with a daishiki. He used to be in the military. He killed 2 cops. He shot 1 cop, and then he ran around the post and shot another cop in the back of the head. He didn't talk about it. Wow. He didn't notice nobody about it. Esau was so afraid they got a drone and blew the brother up.
Right.
The SWAT team didn't even want to go in there and try to shoot it out with him. They got a drone and blew him up. Now, Grandmaster Jay, what he's doing, brothers might be like, yo, he a plant. I like what he's doing. Our people should be more militant.
But the thing is, if you're just gonna be roaring like a bear when the time comes and and it get hot and the time it really gets serious and you screaming like a sore dove, you need to put the gun down. You might as well go back to the Christian church. So you're gonna get yourself you're gonna get yourself hurt. You're gonna get yourself and other brothers and sisters hurt. Might as well put the thing down and don't do that. You don't be like Nick Cannon, Nick Watergun. Go hard, roaring like a bear, then you screaming like a sore dove. No, don't do that for Israel. It's better not to say nothing.
God.
All right, read the next verse out.
Khan. Verse 12. For our transgressions are multiplied before thee, and our sin testify against us. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquity, we know them.
We know our iniquity, man. We know all the wickedness that we be doing. It's set before us. We know we need help as a nation, but we're not seeking the Most High. We're not seeking to fix it ourselves. We're seeking other nations to do it. The same nations that made a crafty counsel against us. The same nations that are still wishing on our downfall. Right? Keep going.
Khan. Verse 13. In transgressing and lying against the Lord, and departing away from our power, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood.
Yeah, conceiving and uttering words of falsehood, getting away from the Lord, departing from him. Oh God, you're reading that Bible, that's the white man's book.
Right.
You're reading, when is Jesus? Jesus ain't coming back. When he say he's gonna come back, when he come back? He come back now. Donald Trump here. Donald Trump here.
Right.
When Jesus coming back? I don't know. Donald Trump here. I'm trying to hear all that. You get ready and you build as a nation, you ain't have to worry about when the Lord coming back.
Right.
Because you be building this nation, building this house to get ready. Keep going.
Khan. Verse 14. And judgment is turned away backward, and justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter.
See, truth is falling in the street. In them streets, that's the truth. Y'all saying that Biden or Donald Trump is going to give justice, but you still in the street preaching or in the street marching. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. When we out in the streets preaching the truth, letting you know, because the prophets was the first protesters, the main one protesting the wickedness that's been going on in all these nations. The real protesters, we know how to protest. We don't have to burn nothing down. That truth gonna cut you asunder. But you still want to be laden with iniquity. All right, keep going.
God. Verse 15. Yea, truth failing, and he that departed from evil making himself a prey. And the Lord saw it, and it displeased him that there was no judgment.
Like in verse 14, where it says, justice standeth afar off. We out there, and when we go out there and we denounce evil, we make ourselves a target. People don't like that. They don't like what we're doing because we're showing love for our people. They don't like what we're doing because we're trying to correct them, tell them which way to actually go, how to act, how to govern themselves, how to deal with certain instances without getting cops involved, how to deal with certain things, how to build money, wealth, brotherhood, land, how to build or inheritances for the children, things like that. They don't like that. Israel don't like that. And we know for sure our enemy don't. You got anything to say on that up?
Nah, I mean, you covering everything, King. I'm just, listening and just following you, man. But yeah, you covering everything.
All right, I got 4 more scriptures, and then we're gonna throw up some videos. Right? Give me Isaiah 10:4.
Khan, Isaiah chapter 10 and 4. Khan, it's the book of Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 4. Without me, they shall bow down under the prisoners, and they shall fall under the slain. For all this is anger, and is not turned away, but his hand is stretched out still.
Yeah, all this anger, the Most High is still mad at us for what we did. Still. And we crying onto the wrong people and voting and trying to get the wrong people attention. We got to get the Most High's attention. Right? Give me Ezra in the Old Testament, Ezra 7:26. Ezra chapter 7 verse 26. All right, come bring it out.
Khan, Salakia. Ezra 7 and what again?
Verse 26.
Ezra 7 and 26. Okay, Khan. It's the book of Ezra, chapter 7 and verse 26. And whosoever will not do the law of thy power and the law of the king, let judgment be executed speedily upon him, whether it be unto death or to banishment or to confiscation of goods or to imprisonment.
So we know this is a hard pill to swallow. You don't keep the commandments of God, or you don't follow the king who is a Mashiach Yahushua. Whatever judgment that's given to you on this earth right now, or when they return, is just judgment. Some brothers is locked up for a reason. Some brothers got their land and their goods confiscated for a reason. Some brothers and sisters got put to death for a reason. That's why you got to want to keep the commandments of God and worship the Most High, so those judgments don't come upon you, because those are just judgments. We all deserve those judgments. We not clean, we not holy rollers like Creflo Dollar and these other pastors, quote unquote holy rollers who don't deserve to be judged. All of us, every single person on this earth has one thing held against them that the Most High is waiting, whether he's going to forgive you or judge you on it. All right, give me Job 34 and 23.
God. This is the book of Job, chapter 34 and verse 23, right? 23?
God.
God, Job chapter 34, verse 23. For he will not lay upon men more than right, that he should enter into judgment with Yahweh.
He's not going to lay more onto man that is right. So he's not going to give you a judgment that you're not willing or worthy of, Israel. We worthy of all them judgments. And if you about to vote for one of these heathen, you worthy of any judgment they about to give onto you.
Right.
That's why we got to come back and keep these commandments, man. Keep going.
Khan, verse 24. He shall break in pieces mighty men without number, and set others in their stead.
He's going to break in pieces mighty men and set others in their stead, man. These nations, they're going to get broken to pieces. They're mighty men. They're men that are exalted in this world, but they're going to be broken to pieces, and somebody else is going to take over, which is Israel. Keep going.
God, verse 26. Salakia, verse 25. Therefore he knoweth their works, and he overturneth them in the night, so that they are destroyed.
If you got the Most High
It don't matter if Joe Biden win or Donald Trump win. Those evil works that they make, he's going to overturn them over the night, and they're going to be destroyed. If you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, if you're doing your part, right? If you listen to Joe Biden, he's going to say, get your booty to the pole, like the stripper commercial. If you listen to Donald Trump, he's telling you that you need to prepare for a Joe Biden's America, a Biden's America. Whether whoever wins, Israel is ready. Those who keep the law, statute, commandments is ready for whatever is coming. Right? Keep going.
Khan, verse 26. He striketh them as wicked men in the open sight of others.
He strike them as wicked men in the open sights of others. Donald Trump, wicked. Joe Biden, wicked. All these heathen that rule over us, they wicked. Strike them as wicked men in front of the others so that we can see and recognize those are just wicked men. Keep going.
Khan, verse 27, because they turned back from him and would not consider any of his ways.
We wicked men, or Israel will be wicked men because we turn back and don't consider his ways. We already know Esau, Trump, and Biden. They don't consider the Most High's ways. Trump is a Democrat. We already know what they pushing. They lit what Hartfield Airport in Atlanta with the pride flag, the pride colors. They lit it up. And then you got Trump talking about the Bible. Got the Bible upside down and backwards. Keep going.
God. Salaki, verse
29.
Verse 28. I think we have 28. So that they cause the cry of the poor to come unto him, and he heareth the cry of the afflicted.
Yeah, they afflicted us, man. Why do you think us as a nation is getting close to the Most High? It's because of Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and every other president before them, including Abraham Lincoln. Keep going.
Verse 29. When he giveth witness, who then can make trouble? And when he hideth his face, who then can behold him? Whether it be done against a nation or against a man only.
If the Most High makes peace or makes quietness, who's going to cause trouble? Nobody. If the Most High hides his face from us, who can see or reveal him? Nobody. So whatever the Most High does against one person or a nation, what can we do? Not a damn thing. Keep going.
God, verse 30, that the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be ensnared.
There we go. Very great scripture. That the hypocrite reign not, lest the people be ensnared. Both of them people up there, Donald Trump, Biden, are hypocrites. Whichever one wins, Israel gonna get snared. If Trump wins, oh, let me put this hat on. That's my president. Yeah. If Biden wins, yeah. See, we got Trump out of office. See, Biden's gonna give us a good, a better chance in America. He's gonna save America. Two hypocrites that's gonna ensnare the people. But this is what the Most High really wants you to do. Read the next verse out.
God, verse 31. Surely it is meet to be said unto Yahweh, I have borne chastisement. I will not offend anymore.
The Most High, he loves when we get chastised as a people. Damn, we under the curses. Damn, I went through this. Damn, I got punished from that. But you know what? I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do it no more, Lord.
God.
Israel has not learned a lesson.
Israel is still gonna get all that chastisement until Christ comes, and they still not gonna change. They not gonna change until the lake of fire.
Right.
But you know, we're gonna take a little break and throw up some videos. We're gonna finish it out. Yeah.
Khan, you want me to just go to the all the videos, right?
Yeah, Khan.
All right, Khan. Let's see. I think those ones are a little bit shorter, actually. So
yeah, they're shorter. We just take a little break and we're gonna finish it out.
Right. Okay, Khan. Let me get them going here and get us. Let's see, Salakia. Let's see. Okay. You can see it, right?
Khan.
Khan. All right. Let's go.
Often had a barbecue or a picnic for his slaves. Then they had a great frolic. Even while working in the cotton fields, they sang songs. The beat of the music and the richness of their voices made work seem light.
Yikes. That's from History of Georgia, a textbook published in 1954 that was taught across junior high schools in Georgia for decades. That sort of language is part of an intellectual movement called the Lost Cause, a distorted version of American Civil War history that's been prevalent in the South for a long time. Took shape soon after the defeat of the Confederate States in the war, when Southern historians like Edward Pollard and former Confederate General Jubal Early started preserving the South's perspective through their writings. They framed the Confederate cause as a heroic defense of the Southern way of life against the overwhelming forces in the North. That narrative has a few basic tenets: the glorification of Confederate soldiers who died for a cause they believed in, the belief that slavery was a benevolent institution, and maybe most importantly, that slavery was not the real cause of the war. The Lost Cause is one of the most notoriously effective efforts to rewrite history, and it was done by the losing side. So how did it become so deeply rooted in Southern memory? Blame the United Daughters of the Confederacy. The UDC was founded in Nashville in 1894 to preserve Confederate culture for generations to come. The women who made up the group descended from elite antebellum families, and they used their social and political clout to spread the pro-Southern version of the war as real history. You've probably seen their efforts to honor the Confederacy, but maybe you didn't know it was the UDC. They're the ones who covered the Southern landscape with memorials for Confederate leaders and soldiers. They used their fundraising and lobbying skills to pressure local governments into erecting monuments in prominent public spaces like courthouses and state capitals.
Installed here next to the state capitol by the United Daughters of the Confederacy.
The United Daughters of the Confederacy donated this memorial to the city back in the 30s.
They put them along roadsides and in parks. Any place that was remotely relevant to the Confederacy was memorialized. By the early 20th century, the UDC had 100,000 members, chapters spread all over the country, but mostly in former Confederate states. And there's a reason they grew so quickly during that time.
We're talking about roughly 3 decades after the end of the war, and the Confederate veterans themselves are beginning to die off. So there is this push to find ways to commemorate it, because the big challenge by 1900 was there's a new generation of white Southerners being born, and they never experienced the war years.
That push is visible. Most of the Confederate monuments were erected during the UDC's height of influence.
There's a rhetoric around monuments that we want to get this thing built before all of that generation has died off. And the reason we want it is to teach future generations about those men.
Dr. Karen Cox wrote the book on the UDC, and I asked her if it was fair to say the group established the Lost Cause as historical fact in the South.
Oh my God, yeah. They were the leaders of the Lost Cause into the 20th century, and they made it a movement about vindication.
Just to give you an idea of how effective they were, they successfully lobbied for a Confederate memorial in Arlington National Cemetery, which U.S. President Woodrow Wilson proudly unveiled to a cheering crowd. Now that's influence, right?
Monuments are the least of what they did.
What?
I mean, they are the most visible and tangible, but the work with children was far more influential.
Turns out a central UDC objective is shaping how children think about the war and their Southern heritage. One of their most powerful tools? Textbooks. Take a look at this pamphlet called A Measuring Rod for Textbooks. It was written by the illustrious Southern historian Miss Mildred Rutherford, an educator, orator, and author of Southern history textbooks. She's also very pro-slavery. The pamphlet announced the formation of a textbook review committee featuring prominent Southerners like 5 former Confederate generals. This group was committed to spreading the truths of Confederate history, so they instructed school boards to reject any textbooks that did not accord full justice to the South. And they urged libraries to deface every book in their collection that didn't measure up by writing the words "unjust to the South" clearly on its cover. This pamphlet was shared widely with school boards throughout the South, and UDC-backed committees closely monitored history books to make sure Northern influence never reached classrooms. So the core language of an approved textbook aligned precisely with that of the Lost Cause. You know, stuff like,
the Confederacy lost in the war between the states, but Georgia never forgot to honor her Confederate soldiers.
History of Georgia was on the UDC's approved list. It was also written by E. Merton Coulter, a self-described Southern historian and historian-described white supremacist.
They understand that how you educate, who wins the writing game, who wins the battle over history, ultimately wins the war. That's the big fight for the UDC.
But their work with children went further than the classrooms. The UDC formed an auxiliary group called the Children of the Confederacy, which was designed to get kids born in former Confederate states to actively participate in their version of history. Group leaders had kids recite call and response truths from something called the Confederate Catechism. Children up to the age of 18 would compete and be rewarded for memorizing long passages of Lost Cause rhetoric.
So it would be like an after-school thing. You know, like that was your club. You would go after school to the meeting of the Children of the Confederacy, and your leader might teach you songs of the South, like Dixie or other songs that were considered Southern patriotic songs. They would have them write essays, go visit the veterans, and learn this catechism.
Children were also the centerpiece of their community's monument unveiling, like this living flag at the dedication of the Stonewall Jackson Monument in Richmond. Yes, those are school children. UDC's efforts shaped the identities of children who grew up with the Lost Cause. They made history personal, and that made their story last longer.
Generations of children learning that narrative in a variety of ways grow up to be, segregationists in the 50s and 60s, because that's been drilled into them since they were children.
After World War I, the UDC started losing steam, but the damage was done. The monuments were in place, and the textbooks they wrote remained in Southern classrooms until the late 70s. And the women's group did it all without the right to vote or participate in politics.
You can still get glimmers of this Lost Cause memory of the war from people who will always choose to see it through the personal. And I think the UDC, to a great extent, that was their goal.
So the next time someone says the Confederate monuments are about remembering our history, just know that that's exactly what the United Daughters of the Confederacy wants you to think.
In Dixieland, all they must stand to live and die in Dixie. Away down south in Dixie.
God.
You can go ahead and play the next one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a good one about the Daughters of Confederacy, changing all the history books in the South about how bad slavery was. Right? We sometimes forget the blessing that we have as Israelites, that all these books, all this education, and the ability to educate ourselves. If our forefathers had the internet right now, they would have been slaying Edomites left and right. But you can't take this truth and this knowledge for granted at all. Let's play this next one about Jim Crow jail.
God.
We already have a nigger mayor. We don't need any more nigger big shots.
I learned a lot. And I learned that and Corn Pop was a bad dude.
It's a
I think the two-party system is good for the South and good for the Negro, good for the black in the South. Other than the fact that they still call me boy, I think they've changed their mind a little bit.
If Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot. Is it because blacks are involved in Haiti?
It was old media that got him in trouble. Personal comments he made about another White House hopeful, Senator Barack Obama.
I mean, you got the first sort of mainstream African American who was articulate and bright and clean, nice-looking guy. I mean, it's a storybook, man.
He's going to let the big banks once again write their own rules. Unchain Wall Street. They're going to put you all back in chains. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black.
It don't have nothing to do with Trump. It has to do with the fact I want something for my community. I would love to see.
Take a look at my record, man. I have a record that is second to none. The NAACP has endorsed me every time I've run. Come on. Take a look at the record.
Come on, baby. Let's invest.
Joe has a terrible history in the black community, and everybody just loves him because he's a fluffy old guy.
Former Vice President Joe Biden, he's run for president twice before unsuccessfully. He's never before been the front runner. Now that he is towering over all the other declared Democratic candidates, his almost 5 decades in public life are getting some real scrutiny. On top of that list, his record on civil rights during his younger days as a U.S. Senator. CNN's Jeff Zeleny has exclusively obtained some letters written by Biden himself.
Joe Biden is coming back as a solo act.
I'm ready to go
with his long record facing a new look under the spotlight of the 2020 campaign.
Gentlemen and ladies of the Senate.
One chapter receiving fresh scrutiny comes from his earliest years in the Senate, when he strongly opposed mandatory school busing. It was designed to achieve integration and a more equitable education. What's less known is how he followed the lead of some of the Senate's most fervent segregationists. In a series of never-before-published letters reviewed by CNN, the strength of Biden's opposition to busing comes into sharper focus. On March 25th, 1977, Biden wrote, "My bill strikes at the heart of the injustice of court-ordered busing. It prohibits the federal courts from disrupting our educational system." Biden sought and received support from Mississippi Senator James Eastland, the Democratic chairman of the Judiciary Committee and a leading symbol of Southern resistance to desegregation. He frequently spoke of blacks as, quote, an inferior race. Eastland and others were partners on several of Biden's anti-busing bills. On June 30th, 1977, Biden wrote, "Dear Mr. Chairman, I want you to know that I very much appreciate your help during this week's committee meeting in attempting to bring my anti-busing legislation to a vote." Then in 1978, Biden again asked Eastland to put his anti-busing bill before the full Senate, writing, "Your participation in the floor debate would be welcome." Ronnie Dunn is a professor at Cleveland State University who co-wrote the book Boycotts, Busing, and Beyond.
Those letters I find somewhat surprising given Senator Biden's or Vice President Biden's current position and potential candidacy for the presidency and his position as a liberal. Those are issues that he's obviously going to have to answer for.
You said surprising. Surprising in what way?
Well, the fact that he would solicit the support of staunch segregationists, James Eastland, as well as Jesse Helms, introducing legislation as opposing busing at that time.
Now to the race for 2020 this morning and new backlash against former Vice President Joe Biden. He's refusing to apologize as he faces growing criticism over comments he made about being able to work with others in Washington, but his examples were segregationist senators 40 years ago.
Apologize for what?
Refusing to apologize for touting his ability to find common ground with senators he disagreed with, even segregationists. Biden is facing sharp criticism at a fundraiser Tuesday. Biden describing Senator Herman Talmadge of Georgia as one of the meanest guys I ever knew. but adding, well, guess what? At least there was some civility. We got things done. And recalling Senator James Eastland of Mississippi, Biden said, he never called me boy. He always called me son. Biden's 2020 rival, Senator Cory Booker, demanding an apology.
Somebody running for president of the United States, somebody running to be the leader of our party, should know that using the word boy in the way he did can cause hurt and pain. Vice President Biden shouldn't need this lesson.
Now, Biden actually took it a step further, saying that it was Senator Cory Booker who owes him the apology.
Cory should apologize.
It was hurtful to hear you talk about the reputations of two United States senators who built their reputations and career on the segregation of race in this country. And it was not only that, but you also worked with them to oppose busing. And, there was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public schools. And she was bused to school every day. And that little girl was me.
To coddle the reputations of segregationists, of people who, if they had their way, I would literally not be standing here as a member of the United States Senate, I think, it's misinformed and it's wrong.
But Biden is not backing down.
Apologize for what? I like the idea to keep in jail longer. I'm the guy that wrote the bill requiring federal judges to keep people in jail 100% of the time for which they're sentenced. It doesn't matter whether or not they're the victims of society. The end result is they're about to knock my mother on the head with a lead pipe, shoot my sister, beat up my wife, take on my sons. So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street. Increase the penalties. Increase them. I would put the son of a gun in jail. Put them to death.
From the crack epidemic of the 80s to the crime wave of the 90s to the post 9/11 war on terror, throughout his career, Biden has represented the Democratic Party consensus, shifting his views to fit whatever best serves his own political career. Over his 44 years in the Senate and then as vice president, Biden was a leading architect of today's criminal justice system, which contributed to mass incarceration and the police misconduct that protesters are fighting back against today.
Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill, the Biden crime bill. Hell, we've had crime bills coming out our ears. Every major crime bill since 1976, every minor crime bill has had the name of the Democratic senator from the state of Delaware, Joe Biden. You got a gun? You commit a felony? 10 years. We already have it 5 years. Minimum mandatory. Judge can't say, you had it in your pocket, you never intended to use it, we're only going to give you 1 year. Judge has to say 5 years. Well, he wants to make it 10 or 20 or 60. We can work that out.
He wanted to remove judicial discretion for those who, quote, don't meet the middle-class criteria of susceptibility for rehabilitation.
They are beyond the pale, many of those people. They literally have not been socialized. They are in jail. Away from my mother, your husband, our families.
The Biden-Thurmond Violent Crime Control Act of 1991 would have increased the maximum sentence for 44 crimes to include the death penalty.
A wag in the newspaper recently wrote, Biden has made it a death penalty offense for everything but jaywalking. I'm going to make it for 46 crimes. Biden says make it for 51. We're going to get tough.
Then he presented the final version of the legislation.
60 new death penalties, brand new, 60. There are 70 additional enhancements of penalties, i.e., you go to jail longer.
After his disastrous 1987 presidential campaign, Biden had staged his political comeback, in part by becoming a media darling on issues of policing and crime, and he led the fight to pass the landmark 1994 crime bill under Bill Clinton.
When I wrote the original bill that started this whole process, the so-called Biden crime bill, I didn't call a liberal confab and write it. I didn't call any big society people and write it. I called the cops. A Democratic president wants 100,000 cops. A Democratic president wants to build 125,000 new prisons. That's the secret. that somehow the Republicans tried to make the crime bill tougher. I say, poppycock. They didn't make anything tougher. Found out that this midnight basketball isn't getting them together a bunch of jive folks living in their city to do, try to see if they can be Michael Jordan. When they found out they were keeping schools open, the gangs come off streets instead of out raping my mother, marauding me, robbing the local store. They're in a gymnasium. And my daughter will be safer. My wife will be safer. My mother will be safer. And I will be safer. And I will be happy.
Never again should Washington put politics and party above law and order.
Along with several laws passed in the 80s, the 1994 crime bill drove up the local, state, and federal prison populations, and it tarnished the reputations of Biden and Bill Clinton, who signed it into law.
Hey, Clinton! You didn't want to take pictures of my people here! We're still in jail for what you did!
When Biden ran for president in 2008, he told the New York Times that he knew more people would be locked up across the board.
You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. In fact, I drafted the bill. We had enormous success.
The mass incarceration created by Biden's lock-em-up policies ripped apart vulnerable communities and families for a generation, and the federal funding streams and law enforcement infrastructure it created continue to hinder reform efforts.
I'll do my job and I will take responsibility.
You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated.
Great. Mine is real short. Months ago, I was in a prison cell, and I'm in the White House. That's continue to make America great again.
We are one nation. We grieve together, and we heal together. I can never imagine your pain or the depth of your anguish, but I can promise to fight for justice for all of our people. We must improve accountability, increase transparency, and invest more resources in police training, recruiting, and community engagement. Reducing crime and raising standards are not opposite goals. They are not mutually exclusive. They work together. They all work together. That is why today I'm signing an executive order encouraging police departments nationwide to adopt the highest professional standards to serve their communities. Today's action is a big part of the solution to restoring, renewing, and rebuilding our communities. For the last 3.5 years, my administration has been focused on creating opportunity, fighting for equal justice, and truly delivering results. I am with you. I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you and good night. I love you.
Yeah, do one more video up.
Okay, this one here is 4 minutes. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can pull this one up. All right. All right, let's see. All right, let's go.
And I just say very simply, why doesn't he show his birth certificate?
We do not have time for this kind of silliness.
I think that I've developed very, very good relationships over the last little while with the African American community. I think you can see that. Oh, look at my African American over here.
If I was starting off today, I would love to be a well-educated black because I really believe they do have an actual advantage.
Today, I'm very proud of myself.
A well-educated black has a tremendous advantage over a well-educated white in terms of the job market.
I'm not afraid to say it. Do you believe President Trump is a racist?
Yeah, no question.
And neither is she. Donald Trump is a racist. Here's how we know. When LeBron James opened the I Promise School in Akron, which provides free tuition, free transportation to and from school, free breakfast, lunch, and snacks, GEDs and job placement services for parents, and a fully funded college enrollment to the University of Akron for every graduate.
See stories of kids that's going through the same thing that I went through. It even makes it even more of like, yes, we did this. This is why we should have did it.
Trump did not applaud him, rather questioned his intellect in his favorite forum via an age-old tactic with racial undertones. As Eugene Scott puts it,
the president is using a common talking point from white supremacist communities that black people have less intelligence than white people. He uses stupid and ignorant very often when attacking his black critics and opposed to actually entertaining their arguments.
Similarly to Congresswoman Waters.
Maxine Waters, a very low IQ individual.
The language connects up with some of the deepest stereotypes about race that suffuse our culture, said Cal Berkeley law professor Ian Haney Lopez. When Colin Kaepernick protested for racial injustice along with Michael Bennett, Kenny Stills, and other NFL players, Trump said this.
Wouldn't you love to see one of these NFL owners, when somebody disrespects our flag, to say, get that son of a bitch off the field?
More racial undertones. But when Megan Rapinoe, the freedom-fighting activist, knelt and chose to stay muted during the anthem, Trump brings up criminal justice reform and black unemployment. More on that in a second. Says he's a big fan of the American team and invites her to the White House. What a double standard. As for low black unemployment, the ubiquitous talk of it is a way to shield Trump from accusations of racism, says Clarence Hussein, chair of the political science department at Howard University. He tweeted, if a player wants the privilege of making millions of dollars in the NFL or other leagues, he or she should not be allowed to disrespect the flag, essentially saying, we allowed you to get out of a bad neighborhood and make millions, so you must obey, shut up and play. He declared war on Black America a long time ago. This is not new, civil rights activist D. Ray McKesson said, and he's right, from attacking black journalists.
What a stupid question that is.
To saying immigrants from Haiti all have AIDS, and 40,000 Nigerians, once seeing the U.S., would never go back to their huts. To still saying the exonerated five should have been executed. To saying of Nazis,
very fine people on both sides.
The evidence is clear as day. Trump has a bullseye on Black America through our sports. We're seeing fascism at its finest, said Stephen A. Green, president of the People's Consortium. We're seeing that this president is taking any means necessary to humiliate those who are willing to take a stand for issues that are important to the black community. So athletes can use their platform to show they won't be intimidated. They can show that this only makes them stronger together. If you'd like to hear more thought-provoking content like TYT Sports on Facebook and to help in my journey, keep media.
So let's go back to the debate. Gonna go to an hour and 20 minutes into the debate. And we're gonna finish this up, right? Hour, 20 minutes in debate. That's right, brother. Big Mike Ben.
We are
Two
talking a lot
same
about
wings on the same dragon. Yeah, two different wings on the same dragon. All right, so to an hour and 20 minutes. There we go. Get a bit of some of that.
An hour and 20 minutes, right?
Con. Wait, where were we at before?
Like an hour and 40 minutes or so.
Oh, we were at an hour and 40 minutes before?
Yeah, an hour and 42 minutes, I think.
Oh, damn. Well, let's go. Well, we'll further apart. Let's go back up there, hour 42 minutes then.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're at about an hour and 42 minutes if I wasn't wrong. If I'm not wrong. I'm gonna start at 141. Let me see. Salakia Israel, we want to get this on the right spot. Let me see. What is that? 141.27. Salakia. All right.
There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change this terrible policy.
I just asked
one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. Let's answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe.
All right.
You got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. it would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes.
Hold that right there. Hold that right there.
Climate change, climate warming.
Tell that man to drink some Flint water. If we got the cleanest water
Right.
and the cleanest air, tell him go to Flint and tell him to drink some Flint water. If we got the cleanest water in this country,
Right.
This guy is a joke, man. This guy is a joke. Give me Daniel 8:25.
God.
It's not even about being righteous no more.
God. It's the book of Daniel, chapter 8 and verse 25. And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand, and he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince and princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
So through peace, they destroy many. Oh, we not going to war. Peace, peace. Don't fight. Through peace, fuck it. Through peace, they've been destroying the hell out of the black community. Also, the policies they pushing makes them rich. The policies they push is only for them to be better. And they get mad at you. Oh, I made a policy, so I'm more rich than you. Then you go out, shalom. Then you go out and say, oh, you're broke. You made the policy so all the things can be in your hand, so that you can get the money, that you can get the riches, that you and your people can be on top systematically. That's what the policies is for. Right, give me Psalm 73 and 8.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 73 and verse 8. They are corrupt and speak wickedly concerning oppression. They speak lawfully.
They're corrupt and speaking wickedly concerning oppression. They speak lawfully. You don't even care about what's going on with anybody else in the country. You just care about puffing yourself up, looking good on TV. The best water we ever drank before. Go to Flint and drink that water. Go and drink that water, man. Go and see if that's the best water you ever tasted, man. There's areas in Georgia when I grew up, the water in school smelled like egg water and tasted like egg water. The water was disgusting.
Right.
That was a couple years ago. So I'm just imagining what's going on now. Systematically, the structure in America is breaking down slowly. It's crumbling. Bridges need to be rebuilt. Buildings need to be rebuilt. Irrigation systems like pipes need to be relayed and renovated. But we don't talk about these things. We talk about politics and we talk about foolishness. All right, drop that. Give me Ecclesiastes 4:1. Foolishness.
God. It's the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4 and verse 1. So I returned and considered all the oppressions that are done under the sun. And behold, the tears of such as were oppressed, and they had no comforter. And on the side of their oppressors there was power, but they had no comforter.
See, on the side of our oppressors, they got power through their policies. They make policies so they got power and they use the policies to destroy us, and the power to destroy us. Really, they use it to destroy us. And we sit here looking crazy, trying to join hand in hand with the same people that are destroying us, thinking that they're going to give us the same political equity that they have, the same political power that they receive. You're out of your mind. We have no comforter. We're never going to receive a comforter from our oppressor. You might get a Senate and your state senator is a white person. Your state representatives, they're white people, old white people at that. Old white people that knew that they not even their great granddaddy, maybe just their granddaddy, because they old, was lynching a nigga. That's your state representative. That is your state senator. You know, the senators, they kind of knew. They're younger. Maybe their great granddaddy was lynching a nigga. But in the House of Reps, their granddaddy was lynching a nigga. And you telling me that you're gonna talk to these people? Trump daddy was probably lynching somebody. And I know Joe Biden, the dude he went to that he knew, was definitely trying to lynch some niggas, or did. So for you to be sitting here trying to pick either one, the comforter you're supposed to be looking for is the Most High and his son. Go ahead, Up.
Yeah, the guy that he was with, wrote part of the Jim Crow laws. You know, these are the people that he was rolling with. So what mentality and what mindset do you think he has? And for some reason, people think that they change with time. Not these damn Edomites. They do not change, right? Yeah, they go with the narrative, you know, and whatever is new at the time to just get them votes. See, Esau will lie and be anything to get what he wants out of a situation. So he still has that racist tendency in him, and he's going to practice it once he gets that power. And that's one thing we got to understand as a nation of people. We can't fall for all that sweet talk anymore. So I just wanted to bring that out real quick. I yield the floor back.
Irie hit a great point. We over here falling for that sweet talk, man. Joe Biden is telling you every and anything you want to hear just so he can be president. The man has ran for president and has failed. His dream, his wish before he dies is to be president. He's going to tell you any and everything you want to hear, and he's not going to live up to it. All right. All right, keep rolling the video. Go back to the video.
God.
Daddy Donald Trump, DJ Trump.
God.
Talking about best water.
What a joke.
Global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world, we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man, eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to clean up, the limit of emissions, will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump,
They came out and said very strongly $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan. That his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC +3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC +3. Look, a real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it could be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers. $100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-up.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds. It's very intermittent, got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
solar.
Said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. Not powerful yet. To really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So It's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. And what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is, he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod.
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against
fracking on federal land. I said no fracking and or oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they are making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater the percentage gain than it was under in 3 years than it was under 8 years of the two of them. to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it. And I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. Okay. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All right.
And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute. Chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook in the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost, drive me to school, turn in the windshield, but there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutions that are coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final
Would
question.
he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the
By
oil
the way,
industry?
I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's
transition.
A big statement.
It is a big statement
That's
because I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, excuse me, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
going to get
question
China
to both
to do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right.
That'll
This
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you.
We have to make a country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best Black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success, but I'm cutting taxes and he wants to raise everybody's taxes and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country: decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it.
Okay, you can stop it right there.
Vice President Joe Biden. Thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight.
Just, you know, the hypocrisy that I completely heard, man. You know, it's just insane. Get me Revelations 11 and 18. Revelations 11 and 18. Just the complete hypocrisy that you see that's going through, that's being spewed out of the serpent's mouth.
It's the book of Revelation, chapter 11, and verse 18. And the nations were angry, and their wrath is come, and the time of the dead, and they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy serpent, the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth.
He said he's going to destroy those which destroyeth the earth. It's Esau, Edom. They destroy the earth, man. That's it. The climate change, there's nothing you can do about that. Y'all been destroyed the earth. Only way that you're going to start climate change is you destroy yourself. There's too many people on the earth. Too many people living in excess and in luxury. Everyone driving all these cars and shooting all these carbon emissions in the air. You will have to stop everybody on the earth doing that. That's why they're trying to kill people. And trust me, these carbon emissions, we don't have, it's not a devastating worldwide event that's polluting, affecting everybody on the earth. It's just certain areas that is affected very badly. Granted, that should be taken care of, but to disannul everything and affect everybody, Esau is just wicked. Like he doesn't know how to rule at all. He doesn't even know how to do anything righteously at all. All right, give me a Ecclesiastes chapter. You know, actually, let's get to the let's close this out. Give me Deuteronomy 17 and 15. Get to the whole point of why we did this whole live. Deuteronomy 17 and 15. Israel, neither of these quote unquote kings is going to help you. Neither of them, not one. Right? Bring that out.
God, it's the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 17, verse 15. Thou shalt in any wise set him king over thee, whom the Lord thy power shall choose. One from among thy brethren shalt thou set king over thee. Thou mayest not set a stranger over thee, which is not thy brother.
You can't set a stranger over you, which is not your brother, which is not your people. You can't pick these people. They cannot help you. They cannot save you. They cannot deliver you. No whatsoever. Two sides of the same coin, two different wings on the same dragon. Right? So Israel, put your faith in the Most High and build amongst one another your brethren. With that, Brother Irie, before we close out and end the stream, you got anything you want to say?
No, you covered everything, King. Appreciate the class. All praises, very edifying. I hope Israel, I hope you are edified. That's what we do this for. We love you, Israel. Hope you took some notes. And if you did not, you can always come back to the video. But yeah, great class. I appreciate it.
Con with that, we're going to tell you is this is your brother Irie and Ayinya coming to you from H.O.I, Atlanta, Georgia. Most High willing, y'all were edified. I hope y'all stay in the spirit and you can catch us on the cherry.
Khan.
Khan.
Come here, Charles.
Come here, Charlotte.
Shalom.
Shalom.